Okay, well, welcome to part 2 of our meetings. Today is Monday, January 24th, 2022. It's approximately 1:17 p.m. We're going to have the work session of the Las Cruces City Council. First item on the agenda is Pet of the Week, and Jennifer Martinez from our Communications Office will introduce our pets.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. I am Jennifer Martinez with the City's Communications Office, and I would like to introduce you to our 2 pets of the week, beginning with a cutie cat named Collie. Collie was dropped off at the shelter with her babies a few months ago, and now they all have gone to nice homes, but this sweetie is now looking for a home of her own. She is very mellow and looking forward to hanging out on the couch and being a lap cat. Now, if our dog of the week looks familiar, let me find our dog. There we go. That is because she was our pet of the week last week, and the Animal Services Center wanted to give her another shot of exposure. So again, she is a playful girl who loves going on an adventure. She gets along great with both humans and other dogs, so she's hoping for an adventure buddy to play and love her forever. You can meet Collie or Nala by making an appointment to the Animal Services Center by calling 382-0018. And if you'd like to meet one of the ASCMV's pets, you can always visit the Farmers Market. Again, it runs 9 to noon on Saturday near the north end of downtown. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Jennifer. Next can be our jobs of the week. And I see Dr. Francisco Payadas coming forward.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council. For this week's jobs of the week, let's see. We're going to be having an economic development coordinator. This is with the Economic Development Department for the City of Las Cruces, and it's paying between $60,880 to a range of $87,000 annually. This position will be closing on January the 28th. We also have a seasonal warehouse clerk, and this is with Oldham Spices, and the salary was not advertised for this one, but this position will be closing on February the 18th of this year. Roofer and roofing technician, this is with Rich Top Construction LLC. This position is going to be paying between $11.55, and this is going to be closing on March the 18th of this year. We also have a landscaper for G&A Landscaping, and there's 2 positions available for that, paying between $12 to $14 an hour, depending on the experience, and this is going to be closing on February the 12th. There's also a position available for direct support professional, and this is with Tresco, and this position paying between $11.50 to $13 an hour, again, depending on the experience. And this position closes on March the 14th of this year. As a reminder to City Council and members of the public, we're going to be conducting a couple of events in partnership with New Mexico Workforce Connections and New Mexico Workforce Solutions. Initially, we're going to be hiring during the pandemic workshop, and this is going to be this Thursday at 5 p.m. in City Council chambers, and basically about strategies about how to hire during the pandemic. And then we're also going to be having a job fair. This one is going to be at the Las Cruces Convention Center on February the 10th at 3 p.m. And we invite both employers and job seekers to go to employee.com and advertise those positions in there. For a full list of jobs, internships, and volunteer opportunities, please visit www.employeenm.com and also governmentjobs.com/careers/Las Cruces. And for more information regarding any of the information we just presented, the New Mexico Workforce Connections office is at 226 South Alameda Boulevard, and their phone number is 524-6250. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Dr. Payadas. We appreciate that. Next item on the agenda is our COVID-19 update, and Assistant City Manager Eric Enriquez will be presenting. We're getting our money's worth out of him today. He's acting city manager and also assistant manager, yeah.
Yes, sir. Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Eric Enriquez, Assistant City Manager, to provide you with the COVID update for this week. So again, the case numbers continue to rise. We're seeing about 700 per day here in Doña Ana County. But the vaccinations still continue to progress in a positive manner, not as fast as we want, but what we're seeing for our boosted adult population is now at 38%. That is up from 36 last week, so steadily every week it's growing about 2%. We're also seeing the youth start to increase. They started a little later, but starting to move up in the vaccinations. Oops. With the increase, of course, we've seen more of the cases, but new hospital admissions have remained flat, and so have the total beds for COVID patients. That's a good sign. Again, it relates to those that are vaccinated, not needing hospitalization, serious illness, or even death. But the ICU beds, we have seen an increase because of longer stays there, and has increased to 2.3%. The FEMA vaccination bus will be here this week, and we'll be conducting vaccinations from Tuesday through Sunday at Young Park. They will accept both appointments and walk-ups for patients. PMG, contracted by the Doña Ana County Department of Health, continues to vaccinate on Mondays and Tuesdays at the Farm and Ranch, and they're there on Wednesdays at the County Government Center, and working with them to see if we can get a city location as well. Testing, the PCR testing at the Field of Dreams will be another option for residents in Las Cruces to get tested, and that's expected to start later this week. The state has provided free home test kits. We're receiving about 46,000. The city will distribute to the zip codes there, 88001, 5, 7, and 12. We're working on those details with our volunteer coordinators, and we may have locations that we will, through communications, let people know where they can go pick them up in these areas as well. Also, I just want to add for the future, starting next month, I'll also be providing some updates on asylum refugees. Right now, the Annunciation, the numbers are very low, so not much activity, but we are going to have meetings with economic development, workforce, other opportunities, transit, that the city can help with those Afghan resettlement, and I'll be providing updates next month as those occur. That's it, Mayor. Stand for any questions.
Thank you, Eric. Cool questions? Councilor Flores.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Assistant City Manager Enriquez. Is there a place that people can go to get, online, to get current information regarding COVID in terms of services, anything that's updated where people in our community just go to a website?
Yeah, there are several that we can provide. We'll get with communications and get those out more frequent. I believe I've seen them in the newsletters as well for certain districts for the councilors, but we'll make a better effort at getting those online information out as well.
Great, and then, so you're going to send it out to Jamie Rickman and Carla Walton so that they could include it in our district newsletters?
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Enriquez, and thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay, thank you, Eric. We appreciate that. So the first item on the agenda is item 4.1, which is the progress report on Realize Las Cruces. And I see Catherine Harrison Rogers going to kick this off.
Mayor, members of City Council, as you all know, last spring we kicked off a project to rewrite our development codes. Today we have our consultants here, Fries and Nichols. to go ahead and talk about where we are, where we've been, and where we're going. I'd like to introduce, we have Don Warwick, as well as Erica Craycraft, and a couple of other consultants here to answer any questions, and I'll go ahead and turn it over to them.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Again, my name is Erica Craycraft with Freeson Nichols. And as Catherine mentioned, we are joining you today to share an update on the Development Code update process. Again, the introductions to our team. My name is Erica Craycraft. I'm an urban planner and the project manager for the code update process. Also joining me today is our assistant project manager, Don Warwick, and Karen Perez, who is a local engineer. We have two sub-consultants on our team, Fred Lopez with Quantum Engineering from El Paso. Fred is here with us today, and local attorney Dana Kyle. Our agenda for today is to give a quick reminder of the code update process, look at some highlights from the first two sections that we have been working through with city staff, that's general provisions and the subdivision regulations. Then lastly, some discussion and if you have any questions. The overall purpose, again, though, is just to provide a status update on our progress to date. So starting with the project scope, just as a reminder, all of the sections that you see listed here are the sections of the development code that we will be taking a look at through this process. And on the left side in the blue box, you see major review. These are the sections that we're anticipating pretty significant revisions to. So that's zoning, subdivision, design standards, drainage and flood control, and the signs. Our overall process is a three-phased approach, and this is planned for about a 24-month period. Phase one was the first 6 months of the process, and we've called that the diagnostic evaluation. During that time, we extensively reviewed the plans that you have in place today, such as the Elevate Las Cruces Comprehensive Plan, as well as some others. Also engaged in interviews with a number of folks who use the code regularly, namely city staff, also planning and zoning commissioners, city councilors, and also local home builders, engineers, surveyors, all the folks who are involved in the development process, and got their initial input, and also just our own professional review of the codes, and that culminated in the diagnostic report memo that, if you recall, back in August, we brought that and presented to you the draft memo that was sort of the game plan for moving forward. So that was really the first phase, identifying all the issues and proposing some preliminary solutions. And so as I mentioned, during that first phase, we really relied heavily on your Elevate Las Cruces plan, the Active Transportation Plan, Parks Master Plan, neighborhood plans. You have a really strong planning foundation. So we wanted to be sure that we're using all of that important input that you got through really extensive public engagement during that time. So we've pulled forward a lot of those recommendations that were included in those plans, and those come into the development code to be implemented. As I mentioned, during that first phase, we did a significant number of code user interviews. You see the list of folks here. This was back in May, and I think all of you have participated in these interviews at this time. And just for looking ahead into phase three, we're going to be circling back with all of these folks whenever there is a complete draft for them to be reviewing. We'll come back to meet with them and make sure that we hit the mark on the draft if there's any revisions that we will need to be making. And then also, we wanted to open up input to the community. In addition to the input that they provided through the Elevate process, we wanted to have an option where folks could just get onto the website, realizelascruces.com, and have an open comment forum. If there was anything that anyone wanted to share, that is still available now, and encourage anyone to go onto the website and share their thoughts. So currently we are in phase two of the process. This is about a 12-month-long process, and we're about a third of the way through it at this time. And what we're doing in this process is working really closely with city staff. So the consultant team is taking the recommendations that we had established in the diagnostic report, putting together a draft document, and working with city staff to really refine that draft so it will be ready eventually for public review. And then looking ahead at phase 3, this is about, again, another 6-month process where there'll be a complete code that is available for review and for additional comment. We'll have that time to make any refinements or adjustments that we may need to make at that time. So as I mentioned, during phase 2, we are preparing draft sections, we as in the consultant team, and we provide those to city staff for their review. And on the right side of the screen, you can see a list of really 5 main sections of the code. So we're reviewing the code in sections. We aren't drafting the entire document and giving it to city staff. We're just doing it one chapter at a time. So you see the chapters on the right side. So our workflow is we provide that chapter to city staff, and they provide their comments. We make revisions on that chapter, and then continue that process until it's in a shape that's ready to share and collect some additional input on. And once it is ready for additional comment, that's something that we will bring to you for council and for P&Z, and also public comment and circling back again with all of those code users. So the first 2 chapters that we have been looking at is general provisions and subdivision regulations. The next 3 sections there that are sort of grayed out, we'll be reviewing those with you all later, but wanted to give you a preview at what we have been looking at in the first 2 chapters. So the first of those, general provisions, this one is really a housekeeping section of the code. This is establishing, outlining the title of how it will be referred to, some universal procedures like how the steps that you go through to amend the code in the future, or how annexation proceedings are occurring. A lot of this refers back to state law. So just making sure that we're in compliance with state law about some of our general procedures, and outlining the approval and appeal entities. This is in the form of a table. In the current code, it's pretty confusing if you're trying to figure out who's approving what and how do you appeal a decision. So this section seeks to really clarify who approves what. And also within this section, it identifies the effective date. And sometimes that is the date that the code is adopted. It goes into effect right at that time. And one of the things that we have recommended here is that you select an effective date that is 6 months after the adoption. And that allows for a transition period where during that 6 months, an applicant could opt to develop under the existing, at that time, the old regulations, or they can opt to use the new code. And what that does is help us and city staff to identify if there's anything that doesn't work as smoothly as we expected. There's a 6-month time where, if there's a particular process that isn't working right, you can always go back and use the existing code. For what we've proposed is a 6-month period to help with that transition. Another thing we have looked at is the review timelines for reviewing applications. So the current code specifies for subdivision plats, whenever a plat is submitted, the city staff has 8 hours to review and decide if it's a complete application. And then the applicant has 8 hours to provide any missing information. And that is an unusually tight timeline and not often followed, just because it's not a reasonable amount of time to, say, provide missing information. Also, the code doesn't currently address what the review timelines are for zoning applications. This is only specific to plats. So one thing that we have recommended in the general provisions, so it would apply not just to plats, but to site plans and everything, that city staff would have up to 10 days to determine if your application is complete, and then the applicant has up to 45 days to provide any of that missing information. If they forgot to submit their drainage plan, for example, they would have some additional time to complete the application before they have to resubmit, pay another application fee, for example. Next, consolidating repeat sections. There were a lot of sections in the current code that repeat throughout the ordinance, making it a lot longer than it needs to be. And then also, if you make a change in one area, you might miss making the same change in other areas. So We did consolidate some of those sections, mainly the appeals and the notification section, into general provisions. And just wanted to point that out in case you're reviewing some of the other sections and you notice that the notification section is missing. It wasn't removed, it was just moved to general provisions, so it would be a consolidated section. Next, looking at the subdivision regulations, it includes 4 sections as well. Again, general provisions specific to subdivision regulations. It's, again, more of the housekeeping. Plat and plan types, so what are they? When is each one required, and what's the process for them? Adequate public facilities refers to installing the required public infrastructure. And then subdivision procedures, which is the process for platting and requesting waivers and things like that. So we have proposed a new plat type called a minor platting process. And what this would do is if an applicant is wanting to plat a property, but they aren't installing any public infrastructure, this would let them bypass the need for a preliminary plat since there's no infrastructure that will be installed. So they would be able to skip directly to the final plat. And the point of this is just to streamline the process for both applicants and for city staff and for P&Z. Next, looking at the plat public hearings, this is really seeking at getting in alignment with state law. State law specifically allows an applicant to waive a public hearing that's required for a plat. Your current code does require the public hearing, so we recommended adding the option for the applicant to waive the public hearing if they would like to, in accordance with state law. But note that this is specifically just for preliminary and final plats. This does not apply to master plans, so a public hearing would still be required for a master plan. Similarly, state law also requires that the city has to take action to either approve or disapprove a plat within 35 days. So if you table it, for example, that doesn't meet the requirement. You have to approve or disapprove. So if action is not taken within 35 days, it's automatically approved. So we recommend removing the current requirement that says that the applicant has to be present at that meeting. Because, say, if the applicant does not come, you would be denying the plat, but that's not based on anything that's in the plat. It meets all the subdivision requirements, and so it should be approved. But if you table it, for example, then it would be automatically approved in the 35-day timeline. So, again, that's one that we would propose changing in accordance with state law for preliminary and final plats, but not for the master plan. So you would still require the applicant to be present for a master plan. Next is performance security. This is generally whenever a final plat is approved before the construction is installed. So if the developer is allowed to file the final plat and sell lots, but they never get around to installing the infrastructure, and then the city is left with the responsibility to do that. So the city requires usually a bond from a developer to fund the cost of those improvements. In the event they go under or they leave the project for some reason, if the city has to be the one to go in and install the water, wastewater lines, for example. And the current code specifically says that a performance security is required in the amount of the cost to cover the improvements, but it doesn't specifically say whether it's 100% or 110%, 120%, because the city also, the city is generally not a developer. There are additional costs that would go with you all having to install the infrastructure. So for that reason, we recommend doing at least the extra 10% to cover that cost in the event the city does have to call the bond and install the infrastructure. Also, substantial completion is something that we had talked about quite a bit during the diagnostic report. There was an existing policy in place, but it had not been codified, so that was something that we included in the working draft of the subdivision regulations. And what this policy does is it allows applicants to request a building permit so they can start building homes in their subdivision before all of the improvements are completed. And to allow this, it would require dual approval. In our current draft, we proposed dual approval from both the Public Works and the Community Development Directors to allow them to pull building permits. But it does not allow certificates of occupancy, so the houses could be built, but no one can actually move into the subdivision until all of the infrastructure is complete. So that wraps up my presentation. I did have some frequently asked questions that we've been hearing circulating. If you wouldn't mind, I'd like to run through those first. So one question is, why aren't all of the code users and all of the stakeholders involved throughout this phase 2 middle part that we're in here as we're drafting it? And as I mentioned, that we're really using the plans that the city has adopted recently as the foundation. That's the adopted city policy, and that's what is our foundation to get started. Also, we're working very closely with city staff, and they're very knowledgeable and involved in the process, and they know a lot of the local issues, local practices, and priorities. They have been extremely helpful as we work through this process. Also, we're following a very typical standard process. This isn't something that's an unusual way to handle a code update. Also, on our team, Don Warwick led a similar effort for the city of Tulsa, and Fred Lopez for El Paso. If you have any questions about how that process went, I'm sure that they would be happy to respond as well. And then also, it's not that we don't want any additional input from the code users and the stakeholders. They were certainly involved in phase 1, but their involvement is really critical in phase 3. Once there is a draft for them to respond to, we definitely want them to be involved. Next, why is this process different than the Elevate Comprehensive Plan process? So comprehensive plans in general are more visionary, long-range documents, and they have a more extensive public outreach program where the entire community is involved in setting the policy. And codes are a little different in that they are regulatory technical documents. They aren't establishing a vision or anything. They're really implementing the vision that was established by the plan. And again, the public in general and the specific code users are involved in this process. They were in phase 1 and will be again certainly during phase 3. Also, why aren't there draft documents available yet? We're still drafting them, to put it shortly. It's a 12-month process that we're going through just to draft all of the documents. So there isn't necessarily a lot of content that is ready to be reviewed just yet. And as I mentioned, city staff is playing a really important role in helping us sort of knock off the rough edges on the initial drafts before they're ready to look at. And we have some rough drafts that we're working through, but we also don't want to ask anyone to start reviewing a 500-page document that we're expecting to change again before it's ready to be reviewed. So in respect of people's time and effort, we certainly want input, but we want that input to be focused really on a document that we feel is ready for someone to spend their time on. And that said, we do plan to share first drafts soon of the general provisions section and the subdivision regulations, the two sections that I generally cover today. We're working with city staff on wrapping up some remaining open points on both of those chapters, and those will be available on the website. And lastly, when can others provide input? So others being anyone other than city staff. So be sure to stay tuned for the phase 3 process. That will happen mainly in November, whenever there is a complete draft that is ready for input. In the meantime, if there is any input that any of the code users or public in general, anyone else wants to provide, the virtual open house is still live at realizelascruces.com, and that is available for any open-ended input. Feel free to go to the website and share that with us. And we also heard a little confusion about whether there are some stakeholder meetings happening during the process and then not meeting with others. We do have a meeting scheduled tomorrow with some of the code users as just a follow-up and providing information about the process. It's not intended to be collecting any input, but so through the remainder of phase 2, we don't have any stakeholder code user meetings planned to collect any input, really just joining those meetings to provide some clarification about the process. So that concludes my presentation. If you have any comments or questions, I would be happy to take those. Thank you.
Thank you, Erica. I'm going to ask council if they have any questions, and then I'm going to allow some members of the public to state some of their concerns. So we have Councilor Flores.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you so much, Ms. Crayers, or Ms. Crayercraft. I'm sorry, my sloppy handwriting. I have a ton of questions, so please be patient.
Okay.
There was one slide, and it doesn't really matter which page it was on, as there was an explanation as to how this differs from Elevate Las Cruces. So yeah, it would necessarily be somewhat different because it's codification. But is there any specific reference you can make? It would have been really good for us to see where the specifics of Elevate Las Cruces have been codified. Because everything that we do, everything that we're codifying has to be consistent with Elevate Las Cruces. So in the next presentation, which I hope is sooner than the timeline you've given us, we can get that, because I think it's crucial to be monitoring the adherence to Elevate Las Cruces. The other is there's now you are working solely with staff, and I believe you indicated that there have been no other stakeholder meetings. Is that correct? Did you say that right now?
That's correct. The consulting team has not had any other meetings with stakeholder or input groups other than tomorrow. We do have one scheduled with some of the code users, the folks who we interviewed back in May.
Can you define code users, please?
Sure. That was the list of the 2 columns. So that's local home builders, local developers, the MPO, surveyors. I can go back to the full list.
Okay, like. No, that's fine. I think
okay.
I could have stopped you at builders. So thank you. But so you are meeting with them tomorrow, and what exactly is the purpose of that meeting? And I certainly hadn't heard about it, and I don't know if the community has heard about it. And you know, this is very information that I know that is crucial to some of our districts, specifically District 5 and District 6, which has seen an exponential growth. And some of these areas that you covered are troubling to me thus far. And I don't know how detailed your presentation will be once the codes are written, and I would appreciate not just a slew of codification of the codes that will be presented to us, but to have frequent presentations so that we have people who are very interested in the development of our city to be able to speak up and be participating, and not have a meeting, you know, just maybe during those phases, you know, those 3 phases. I mean, not just during, upon the, you know, we reach, like right now, there are 3 phases, and we already have March to September 21. And I see David coming, Mr. Weir coming. And then phase 2 will be September 21 through September 22. And I don't remember the last time you were here, Ms. Craycraft, but it was some time ago. It was quite a few months ago. When was it?
August.
August, yeah, and here we are, yeah, in January. For me, it seems like a long time when we're thinking about recodifying the entire development code. And I will tell you, and please forgive me for this, but it has come to my attention that there have been meetings with developers, and I don't know if it was your organization or another organization, perhaps it's been our own department, But I find it disturbing that there aren't open meetings regarding that. It makes me very happy, though, that you have proposed that all of these be open meetings. The one tomorrow is disturbing to me, only because it sounds like it's not including the entire community. It's the people who are, quote, stakeholders, and I think, in your words, but I think that the real stakeholders are also the entire community and the way we're affected. And quite frankly, there have been many instances where, with all due respect to, and I see Mr. Moscato here, with all due respect, John, there have been times when developers don't come through with some of the things that they're supposed to do. And I have specifically Nambe Arc in mind and other probably cases. So I would like to see this, Mr. Mayor, or the powers that be, Mr. Nichols. I would like more frequent presentations on this, because this is all that's pretty much second nature to you. You eat and breathe this and have for many, many years, and all of us come from different diverse backgrounds, and yet we're supposed to make decisions that affect people's lives and the quality of life, because a development or codification in one area necessarily impacts and affects other people, the entire community. So there's other, there's every, like slide 19, slide 20, effective dates, the update on general provisions, all of that is just such a chock full of things. And again, with all due respect, this is your profession, so you see it and eat it and breathe it, every day. We don't. And so we need to see this with more frequency. And I want it to be so that, like for example, the substantial completion portion, that is very troubling to me. And even though, and I think that was slide 29, because it says that the structure can't be occupied until there's complete completion. So substantial completion doesn't ring right with me. And if our department and developers, or the community development department says, well, this is standard procedure, this is what we do, well, then we need to know what that really means. And is there any wiggle room to not have substantial completion and still have occupancy? Because things like that happen all the time. I'm not saying that it has happened here. I'm just saying that when you have language like substantial performance or completion, that's really, well, it's a code and it's legal. So it's very arbitrary. So we need to know exactly what that means. And there's also a provision there about the costs. Where did I write that down? The costs shifting over to the city, I believe. And let me see.
Is that the performance security? Slide 28. The 110%.
Slide 28, performance security. Well, that was, and slide 29. Yeah, that one, yeah. Yeah, here it is. Thank you. Yeah, slide 28. We recommend specifying 110% of the improvements cost to cover the city's administrative costs. By whom? By the city?
So to answer this specific question, the performance security is covering the cost of improvements.
Excuse me, Erica, can you talk closer to the mic, please?
Yes.
Yeah, thank you.
Sorry, is this better? Okay. Performance security is referring specifically to the infrastructure that a developer would typically be responsible for installing. So say the water lines in a community. And so if I'm a developer and I am planning my subdivision and I want to go ahead and file my final plat so I can start selling lots. So then the lots get sold and people want to eventually move in to the subdivision. But if I, as the developer, go out of business or I've lost interest in this subdivision for some reason, I just leave. And then the city is stuck with all these property owners who are upset that they don't have water lines installed. So they say, you know, city, we expect you to provide these services, and it becomes the city's responsibility to install the water if the developer leaves. So typically what happens is if a developer wants to file a final plat so they can sell lots before everything is done, the city requires them to post some type of a bond that says, if I don't finish the infrastructure that I'm required to install, here's a bond for that same amount of money, and that allows the city to cash in that bond if the city has to come out and install the water lines, for example. And so right now, and the city already requires this, that's already a typical practice. The proposed change here is that the current code says that the amount of the bond should just cover the cost of improvements. And it's not very clear what exactly that is. So if my improvements are going to cost $1 million, well, as a developer, $1 million in improvements to me versus the city having to be the ones to figure out how to build all these water lines and do all this infrastructure, that's not usually what the city does. The city incurs extra costs, so it's going to cost the city more than the $1 million to install all of that. It's going to cost them $1.1 million because the city's not a developer. So what we've proposed, including in this one specifically, is stating that it's 110% of the cost of installing all that infrastructure.
Would it be possible, Ms. Craycroft, to have language that's specific to that, and as we go along, would be very helpful to me, would be to have the current code as it appears and language as you would like it to appear. Because at the end of the day, if this is what we're going to be getting to vote on eventually, we really don't know what the final code's going to look like until it's printed. You know, we voted yes, oh yes, it looks good, yada, yada, and then blah, blah. And then at the end of the day, we really don't know what we did because we didn't see the line through and the substitute language or additional language. So would that be something that you could do, Ms. Craycroft or Mr. Nichols and Ms. Harrison-Rogers and Mr. Weir? If we could get that, I would really appreciate it.
Yes, I believe so. Whenever we have been working with city staff, we start with the current draft, or excuse me, the current code. And as we go through each round of drafts, we have been tracking changes with red lines, but we have accepted it at each round. So we don't have one necessarily that's from the original code, but I think that's something that we could make if it would be beneficial to see the old code, current code,
Yes,
as red lines.
Yes. It wouldn't be beneficial. It's really essential. It's really necessary. Otherwise, we don't know what we're going to be doing at the end of the day. And we need a clear explanation as to what it substitutes and why. You know, just like any other legislation that would be worked on. So we need to see that specifically. And now at slide 20, there's an effective date, and you recommend 6 months for transitional adjustments and review of timelines. Maybe that was the next one, but is this the 6 months of transitional period where applicants could develop under either code? Is that something that is usually done in when you change codes developments? There's not an effective date of maybe, shorter than that?
Sure. We typically recommend 6 months, but it can be effective on the day that you adopt it. It can be 3 months. It could be a year if you wanted, I think. This is just our recommendation for it to be 6 months, but that's an easy change if that is an adjustment that should be made.
Well, it's going to be about a year, I think, at the rate we're going right now. It's going to be about a year and a half before the code is adopted. Based in 2023, we're in 2022. Anyway, yeah, from the time you start to the time we finish. And I mean, I think that for developments in progress, they'd be covered by the date that they started. But but maybe someone in community development can explain to me if this is a standard procedure and why it's done. It says right here, allows time for any necessary amendments for issues identified during practical use. Well, they're covered under the initial contract or begin date, aren't they, Mr. Weir?
Mayor and Councilor Flores, kind of, I think one way to look at that is a transition period so that the community can realize that the code is changing and they can start making, if somebody has already purchased land and wants to develop it, they know that there's a time period to get ready. The other thing that takes place is that we're proposing that the entire city have a new zoning map. And so there may be some properties that zoning is changing. That 6-month period gives them an opportunity to identify this is a drastic change from my land uses that I had currently and what you're proposing now. So basically it gives us time to catch those type of things, to transition also all of our application processes to inform the community at large, the design professionals that actually prepare the plats and zone changes so that they're aware of this change is taking place and they can plan accordingly.
Yeah, so I recognize that it's a notice issue, and I think that a notice issue is definitely something that has to be entertained, but 6 months, I mean, from what I've seen, and my experience has been, my perception, what I've seen, is that builders are on top, owners, landowners, developers are on top of it. And that's why Mr. Moscato's here and probably other people. So they're well aware. So 6 months, I don't know, is that what other jurisdictions do, what other municipalities do? I would like to maybe see something that's less than that. And that would give everybody ample time to scramble around and figure out what to do with their plats or their plots or their acreage, their land.
Mayor and Councilor Flores, I think that's something that can be worked out through the process. You know, we have until November to try to make a recommendation on that. So if your preference is that we move forward, we can address that.
Great, thank you, Mr. Weir. And Ms. Craycroft, you also, I think it was slide 20 or one right after that, the review of timelines and current is so many hours or days to replat, that there's the 8 hours to replat the application. These are just my scribbly notes. I'm having problems reading them, but apparently from 8 hours, you want to expand it to 10 days for completion and 45 days from the date of the application. That's a drastic change. Can you explain, Mr. Weir? It seems like you're getting ready to answer that one too. Why, I mean, that is really drastic, from 8 hours to, 45 days. That's a month and a half.
Mayor and Councilor Flores, we don't currently follow the 8-hour practice.
You don't what?
The 8 hours, we don't follow that practice when applications come in.
Excuse me, Dave, can you talk a little bit closer to the mic, please?
The reality is we take all applications in and we process them out. And so it becomes an efficiency type of issue. With the 10 days, it allows us to make sure that all of the information is correct. One of the criticisms we've had in development reviews is that we accept whatever takes place, and then we'll have 4 or 5 different reviews that take place. The desire is that we get all the information up front, and that 10 days gives us the opportunity to get that information. And then it sets a specific timeline as to what the application, that within 45 days, they'll submit all that information. It'll be a clean review, and we can get things approved more efficiently. What happens now is we take the information. Oftentimes, there'll be additional information needed, or it'll be incomplete, or some of the reviewing staff feels like we're kind of doing quality control for some of the design professionals. And so this is really an attempt to address that and to make it more efficient for the city, the developers, and then so that we can have more affordable development for the community at large.
Well, the 10 days seem to make sense in terms of the department's review of the application. But then you're allowing 45 days for the application to come up to standard or to answer the questions that came up in your 10-day
So
review?
The application, this would not be us making comments. It's just that all the information we need, that they're saying we meet city standards, so that they get that turnaround in 2 or 3 days, we would then start the application's review. So the 45 days is really on the applicant. And so if they don't meet that, we would consider it an incomplete, or we wouldn't even accept it as an application. They'd have to start over.
So, Mr. Weir, does that mean that you have taken up to instead of taking 10 hours, you've taken up to 10 hours at one point and then up to 45 hours after that? 45 days after that? Is that what this change is based on?
They're kind of apples and oranges. We currently don't have this type of process in reality. We have a zone change or a subdivision plat. They submit that I want to subdivide this. They say that I've provided all of the information to the city, that I meet your standards. We process that out to our reviewing department. So that means Public Works, Parks and Recreation, Utilities, Community Development, Police and Fire also have an opportunity to look at development as it takes place. And so if there's incomplete information, those departments note, you did not provide this, do not provide this, you do not provide this. It comes back to us, and then we send it back out and say, none of the departments have reviewed this, you haven't provided enough information to show that you meet standards. So you need to address these items. What this new process is trying to do is saying, we're having 10 days to make sure that all the information is correctly submitted. And then if there's any deficiencies, we send it back to them and say, your application has not started. You left out some information. So instead of sending it out to all those departments and doing their technical reviews, we're saying there's an incompleteness, and that's what the 10 days is for. So
And the 45 days is for?
The 45 days is on the applicant themselves. So they're saying for this, so that they submit this, we get them back and said, these are you need to provide a drainage plan, or you need to do a traffic study. We're not going to send that out for technical review until you provide that information. So the applicant then has 45 days to get that information together and then submit it for the technical review and approval. And so that's really on their standard. So one thing, it can be an incentive for them to get all that information up front, because they want to get these projects approved as quickly as possible. And let's say they don't want to have to pay additional fees or application reviews. So it's kind of a carrot and stick for the city and the applicants.
Well, it's still kind of baffling to me that from 8 hours to a 55-day, that's almost 2 months. It just seems so extreme that it just doesn't, in my, world, it's just like, wow. So it's like a long time, and then I wonder how long it's going to delay moving forward.
A better analogy is it's gone from a 1 day that staff has to review these, so 1 business day, to 10 business days.
But then there's that additional 45 days, Mr. Weir.
That 45 days is not on city staff. That's the applicant to resubmit that.
Councilor, may I try to use an example? And see if he can, because I understand where you're coming from, because it's a little confusing myself. So if I may?
Yes, of course.
So David, let me just ask you this. So a developer comes in, let's say it's a small plat. Nothing huge, he or she's got everything put together. They give it to the city, because keep in mind now, the city council spent $600,000-$700,000 on the Celia to make sure that when the developers bring it in, that everything's moving fast. So there used to be a time that the city had to respond to you. This is excluding this, to the developer. Is that still there? The time to respond. Let's say they bring you the plans. A long time ago, they used to bring like 5 sets of plans, right? And they had to go to all these different places. And they had to sign off on a certain amount of time. Is that certain amount of time still there on the?
that is still in the code that we have so many days to review those when we do our technical review.
And how many days are those?
I believe it's currently 8 days and 5 days, depending on which review it is.
Is that changing at all?
I believe that it is being proposed to change, but I said this is an application process. What the 45 days is, we have seen plats and applications get submitted, and then they go through the first review, and then 6 months, 9 months, a year later, do they come back with the second review. This kind of puts on an onus on the applicant is, I really intend to go forward with this. The 10 days allow us to, from a city's perspective, to say, yes, this application is complete. And then yet now we still need these items. You as the applicant or proposing this project has 45 days to bring that application to the minimum requirements to get your approval. And if you don't respond in that 45 days, we deem the project to be failed or default. It's similar to a building permit where if you don't call an inspection in within 90 days, the building permit is deemed invalid or not on the books anymore.
And that makes sense, but can we circle back to this 8 and 5 that you said might be changing? Is it changing to be quicker, or is it changing to be longer? Because you would think with the investment that we've given to community development, it would be quicker. Yeah. Is it going to be less than 8 and 5? Is it going to be like 5 and 3?
I'll admit ignorance on what is being proposed, but what's being proposed is much more cleaner of what the city's expectations for reviews are, and then what the expectations are on the client on their return of the reviews. I think Catherine might have a better feel for that.
Mr. Mayor, members of City Council, the 8 and 5 days that you're speaking of, those actually have to do with our permitting as opposed to, say, zoning applications or subdivision applications. So, for example, construction drawings may be associated with a subdivision, but the permit for those construction drawings, there's a certain review time frame in which to review those technical documents. Those are somewhat separated. They're not exactly part of this process. That is, those are applications having to do with building permits. This particular project, while they're all related, this is zoning, subdivision, special use permits. They're separate and distinct. Does that explain things?
It does, Catherine, if I may, Councilor, but it doesn't sound good, because it sounds like you're going to make it longer. I think this council is expecting it to be faster. We hear this all the time from contractors, from business owners, from people wanting to do business with the city that we're not business friendly. And we invest a lot of money to hopefully get this thing quicker and faster. And if you can't tell us that this is going to be quicker, you know what, we're not, I don't want us to go backwards. Why did we spend all this money I thought we were going to get it faster. We used to have, several years ago, before probably predates all of you, we used to have a 24-hour turnaround on a one-stop shop on a permitting, on certain simple permits. We wanted to send a message to businesses that we do support them and we appreciate them, but you know, time is money. And these developers, when they're spending millions of dollars, that interest accumulates every day. And I don't think it's fair for us to, if we have the tools, and that's why we did this investment, to expect it to be longer. I just don't think that. I don't think that was the intent of council when they passed this.
So if I could point out one thing that I know that Erica had mentioned, and I think maybe it was glossed over a little bit. There are no timelines in the zoning section of the code. This establishes timelines. So, for example, if somebody came in and submitted a special use permit, for example, there's actually nothing in the code right now that tells the applicant or staff how long we are supposed to spend reviewing it for completeness, and then ultimately how long it takes to get it to planning and zoning for a recommendation. This actually establishes some review timelines, and I do think that's a good thing, because right now they don't exist.
Excuse me, Catherine, I heard you insert zoning. I'm talking about permitting. And maybe we're not on the permitting part, but since we're on discussing, and I think this is where, I'll admit, I'm like Councilor Flores, I'm a little confused too, with, you know, the 8 hours to 45 days. This all sounds good, and I can almost assure you that if a developer was going to take 45 days, either they're sitting on a lot of cash or they're just self-financing it themselves and they don't really care. I mean, but that's good. 45 days, you should be able to get it done. But we'll go, I'll stop here. I'll turn it back to Councilor Flores, but I'd like to revisit that because I think from the nods from the heads, from the ones that are nodding, I think council wants to see it quicker instead of later to get these plans approved from when a contractor or developer brings their things to the city.
Sure. If I could, Mr. Mayor, Councilor Flores, members of City Council, we're not talking about building permits. That's an entirely separate process, and that's actually what we're not discussing today. I just want to reiterate. Those are separate and distinct. We're not touching those at this juncture.
I think that we understand that part very well. Thank you so much.
Yes.
But Mr. Weir, you started to, I believe, okay, so you've explained it, I understand it, but the part that's missing is either in the presentation, with all due respect, or in the, perhaps there's a plan to write it. But what I would, and this is something that our city attorney can definitely address, but it would be very helpful to us in terms of reviewing the proposed codification to specifically state in that section, and I don't know how it's going to be numbered or anything like that. We don't have that in front of us, but if it would say specifically that it's a new code altogether. It's not replacing a code, it's creating a code, and to let us know that. And then, and it'd be good also to explain, what it would do, as I said earlier. And again, it's just that all of you are very knowledgeable. Those are your fields, those are your professions, that's your training, that's your trade. And ours isn't, and yet we make the final decision. So we want things to be fair and equitable all around.
Mayor and Councilor Flores, one of the things that we included in this project was an implementation manual that was in that phase 3, and I think that will be very informative for the community, as the city as an organization, the departments that deal with these things. It'll be something that can be used as reference by the city council, and then it's also something that we can provide to the development community and the community at large. And so that kind of provides some of that ladder that shows how we go from our existing development codes to these ones that are adopted. But our practice as a city has always been to show red lines of amendments that they've taken place of existing ordinances. But typically that's a section of an ordinance. You're changing one or two. We're talking, as Ms. Craycraft said, 500 pages of documents. And so we'll provide that. But one of the other charges that we put into this contract was that we would try to simplify it. For better or worse, the city used to write a lot of things in the round so that each like a zone change or special use permit or a PUD or a subdivision, that if whatever type of application was being submitted, we wrote, here's your development process, here's your required information. And so what is being put together now is putting all those administrative things in one chapter. And so there will need to be some cross-referencing, but I just want to make you aware of that as we bring these forward, that these are going to be big documents, and they'll more than likely be organized differently than they are today with the new draft that comes forward.
But they will be made available to us as a city council?
Yes, and we're going to make them available on the website for everybody to look at. Because one of our major concerns was that it is such a large document. We wanted to provide those in sections so that people could see before they're all zipped together as one at the end. So, just kind of get back to the process. we're basically coming back to the council on a quarterly basis to show. We also get monthly project reports. We'll provide those to council. We started to do that to see where we're at, what the entire schedule of the project is, so that you can see what's available. We have that on the website. Also, we're building out interested party lists so that as drafts come available, and we'll post those on the website, we'll do a notification to those people so that they know that it's now available and they can go looking forward.
Excuse me for interrupting you, but insofar as notification to people, does that include the communities that are being impacted now? For example, all the development going towards Red Hawk, the undeveloped roads there, and all the tracks going up there, and I don't understand how fire trucks and traffic can go in those unfinished turnarounds or turnabouts or whatever, roundabouts, all that sort of stuff. Is all of that taken into account too when you're doing this?
Mayor and Council Flores, it is. We're using lists of people that participated in other planning efforts and building those contacts so they'll have that available. And so if they participated in a previous project from the land use planning, we'll provide that. The Planning and Zoning Commission has also provided interested parties that they feel is appropriate. One other thing I just wanted to note is the users that were contacted, that was as a part of that first phase of the diagnostic. They weren't asked to comment on anything that's been drafted. They were asked to look at our current codes and identify issues. And so all that was included into the diagnostic report. And so...
excuse me, Mr. Weir.
Mm-hmm.
The word code users and quote, other stakeholders, unquote,
Yeah.
Please define those. Code users are who? They're people.
Code users are anyone that uses the zoning code, the subdivision code.
Such as?
Design standards.
Builders, developers?
Builders, developers, real estate, attorneys, surveyors, civil engineers, individual property owners, nonprofits.
Are those stakeholders or are those code users?
Those are potentially code users. If
Okay,
they
and
were
then
to
who are the stakeholders, Mr. Weir?
Stakeholders, maybe a better term would be interested parties, people that are interested parties, people that are interested in following this process. And that could be anyone that lives or works in the city of Las Cruces.
Okay, and notices are going out to everybody in the city through different media?
Through different media, yeah. Not individual invitations are going out to anybody. It's, we have done social media blasts in these efforts. We post it on our webpage. We make announcements at the Planning and Zoning Commission meetings. We have these work sessions with you as City Council, and so it's that combined effort for notice, that public engagement that the city does.
And thank you, Mr. Weir. And then, Ms. Craycroft, you indicated that there'd be public input. I believe it was public input, and that's not going to be until November, or that was November of 2021, or is that November of 2022? Where is the public going to, and I'm talking about, what's it called, charrettes, so sort of like a charrette thing, or like the many Zoom meetings that we had regarding the East Lowman development area there. So input will be when? And will it be for everybody in the city to know and be able to attend?
Yes, I'll start and turn it over to
Okay.
Mr. Weir. But so yes, we started the community-wide input back in May with the virtual open house. We had intended to have an in-person open house, but given the pandemic situation, we did not have the in-person event. But the upside of not doing, say, a one-day or a couple-of-day event, by doing the online version, it's still active. So all the way since May, and we plan to keep that website active. It's realizelascruces.com, and there's open-ended input that anyone can get on and share their input. You can log on and see previous comments that other people have submitted, comment on those, like or dislike. And so that will continue to be live for any member of the community who would like to share their input. Once we have a draft document that is in the form for anyone to review and respond to, we'll have hopefully an in-person open house event that happens in the fall. Yes.
Excuse me, I believe that was November, is that what you said? So we're going to go all these months working with other groups, stakeholders, and the community at large is sort of like if they get online and dig around and see what's going on.
Mayor and Council Flores, that's where we're building out this list of interested parties so that as we get just various chapters completed, we can make them aware that it is available for them to look at. And we'll, as soon as we complete these 2 sections we're working on now, we'll announce that there's now a working draft available. And if you wanted to see that, contact the Community Development Department or go to that webpage, and we can answer those questions. So that's going to happen throughout this 12-month period that we're working on now, developing those codes. So those people that are interested in seeing how this progress, anybody, whether they're involved in land development or if they're in neighborhood organizing or if they just were a part of Elevate Las Cruces, the same information will be available to everyone. And we will post that on the webpage. Like I said, we always are, as staff, we have a planner of the day, or we have our contact information available. We'll answer questions and allow them to provide input. And then as Ms. Craycroft said, the webpage also has a virtual open house where if they want to exchange ideas or let other people see that, they can comment and leave those on the webpage.
Great, thank you, Mr. Weir. And what I would request is that to have publications in our local newspapers, the Bulletin or the Sun News, and have maps of the different areas that are owned, undeveloped land that is now privately owned. You don't have to publicize, well, I guess it's public record, right, as to who owns the land around the city. But it'd be really helpful to see that because believe me, I mean, my constituents are, I mean, like you move in and see the beautiful mountains and all of a sudden you don't want anybody else to develop. Yeah. And, just everybody wants a beautiful view of the Oregon Mountains. And since I'm here, no more development type of thing. So in all fairness to constituents and just everybody in the city and just everybody who loves this part of the world as we do, it'd be fair to do that. And so that's my big ask in addition to all the questions I've asked. Yeah. And would that be possible, Mr. Weir, or
Council Flores,
City Manager?
That is something that we'll do. I think that's the balancing act. What we're working on now is all those procedural things.
Yes.
It doesn't tie to a specific parcel of property. When we get to the zoning map, I agree with you. That's going to be very important. People are going to want to see what zoning is going to be on their property, and we have every intentions. We will have to do that for this to be a successful project.
Right. Well, existing, I'm sorry.
No, and I was just saying that's where we're balancing is how do we, right now there's no spatial element to it. It's application deadline, reviews, a lot of process-oriented type of
I understand. Yeah. I totally understand that part. But I'm just throwing that in because I might not have the opportunity, and we all have so many other, issues to take care of and that sort of stuff. And I thought that this would be the appropriate place to bring that up. So. Well, thank you very much, Ms. Craycroft, and thank you, Mr. Weir and Ms. Harrison-Rogers. Thank you very, very much, and thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councilor, after the council has their questions, I'm going to actually, I've been asked by 6 or 7 members of various users, code users and stakeholders that are outside of what you saw to speak maybe 3 minutes each, and then they can share with us their comments so that in a little mini part, could be some additional input. But what I was going to ask at the conclusion I'll just say it now, is that for Freese and Nichols to give us a monthly report of what they've done, what has changed and what they're proposing, so that we're kind of a little bit, we don't have to digest it all at one time. So it could be something monthly that we could have at a council meeting, and that would be something to be really helpful, I think. So let me turn back to my colleagues. Councilor Bencomo has a question.
Thanks, Mayor. Hi, thank you for your presentation. I just have a couple questions. In terms of the issues that Mayor rose earlier regarding timeline and making this faster, have you gotten public input from code users on that specific issue yet?
Thinking back on the code user meetings that we did back in May, I don't remember any...
Excuse me, Erica, can you talk into that mic?
Sorry. Thinking back on the code user interviews that we did back in May, I don't remember anyone identifying that as a comment specifically. I think that was something that came out of our review of the existing documents. Was 8 hours doesn't seem like nearly enough time, and it's not what other cities are doing to review that. How is that working? And the response was no, it is not working for city staff. And then also noticing that this is a requirement for platting, but there is no requirement in place for zoning related applications. So that, I think, came from our recommendations.
Okay, so I think partly, Mayor, what I would also like to see is some of that feedback that you're receiving in your presentations to us. What are community members saying? What are code users saying?
Okay.
I would like to see some of that information as well. And then just as the conversation was going, I honestly can't believe I hadn't thought to ask this before, but I'm curious about beyond public stakeholder meetings, meetings with code users. Are you, I'm imagining the staff is, but are you sort of being, and forgive the word, I can't think of a better word, but lobbied by folks outside of these public meetings? And if so, how are you navigating that so that the process remains fair and equitable and not the interest of one group doesn't outweigh, frankly, the interest of the community?
Great question. The only meeting that we have participated or will participate in as consultants is the one scheduled for tomorrow that is targeted toward that list of the code users, the folks that we met with back in May, is a check-in with them to let them know, here's our process that we're working through, here's the next steps, and here's how you can be involved either through the website or in November. We are not asking for any input or feedback from them at that meeting. It's just purely Q&A about the process.
Okay, and I imagine then you're doing that outside of those meetings. If groups are reaching out to you with suggestions or, hey, we think this is a good idea, you're saying there's a very public process in which you can provide that input.
The parallel to that, I would say, again, is the website that has a lot of this information available, and also the information that we plan to present tomorrow at that code user meeting is basically exactly the same presentation that you all saw in August. That was a presentation of the diagnostic report. And so our presentation is, this is the tentative game plan that was given the green light for getting started by the Planning and Zoning Commission and City Council back in August. This is what we're using to guide the plan update. It's a finalized document. We're not really asking for any input on that. That's our game plan moving forward. Things can change through the code update process, but that's our starting point.
Okay. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Thank
Thanks,
you.
Mayor.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you.
Oh, and then Councilor Graham, I'm sorry.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you so much, Mr. Craig, Ms. Craig and staff. I appreciate that. You know, I had some concerns about the timelines. I think we often hear we're on business unfriendly. It takes a bit to move through the process at community development. I think council before, one of the priorities was to develop this one-stop shop and timeframes to be shortened drastically as a result of that. And so this, you know, I agree with this in particular. This particular slide, I'm very concerned that we would move from 8 hours to 10 days with a 45-day completion or time frame, if you will. It gives me great pause, and I just want you to know
that it's very concerning, and I really want to hear from the development community related to that. So, Mayor, I'm not sure if these folks are specific going to come up and are a part of the development community, or any cohort that has anything to do with this. The other thing is, I would recommend that we consistently and constantly, week after week, send out numerous reminders, press releases related to this. I think this is important. And one cohort that I feel gets, I wouldn't say forgotten, but I don't hear from the real estate community, and this is where I think there is definitely a barrier, a gap that we don't hear often enough, and probably who is mostly responsible for giving out information that might not be accurate in terms of, like, there'll never be development up on a particular area. And so I'm not sure the kind of communication we are having with each of these cohorts, but I think it needs to be robust and regular. And I hope that this particular meeting has been made available or given right to them. I think that's very important. If it hasn't, then we should hold other public meetings regularly to get input, especially related to some of the suggestions that you're making currently. I also agree that this certainly isn't in my wheelhouse. I've been very open and transparent about that. You guys get to see this all the time. It's like it's in your blood, like social work is in mine. And so when you present these things and you talk about things like cross-connection control, honestly, with all due respect, that doesn't make any sense to me. And so defining those things would be helpful to me at every time that you come up and you present these. And I would really love finally to see the red line version. Those are all important because I don't know what those codes say. And I want to be able to learn as we go, frankly, but to make the best decision for everybody involved. So if you could do that at each time that you come up and present, that would be extremely helpful. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sorry, if I could respond to one part of that. Catherine, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think that we invited several realtors to participate in the initial code user interviews. I was looking to see if they were on this list, and I think that they did not attend the opportunity for input. So
yeah, you can only do so much, right? Can't force them to come to these meetings. Yes, I agree. Thank you.
Thank you.
Before I get to Councilor Graham, Mayor Pro Tem, what you present is a great idea, and I don't know if you may or may not be aware, item 4.2 is going to have to be pulled from the agenda. So after the 6 or 7 people make their 3-minute presentation, I'll open it up to the members of the public for 2 minutes each, whoever's out there that hasn't spoke, so they can provide us some additional comment. So, okay, Councilor Graham?
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for this presentation. Just a quick request on the red line document or track changes that we're talking about. If you could just throw a margin comment in for changes and let us know the justification or what's behind it, that would be really useful. And I think also the definitions to which Mayor Pro Tem referred, I think that would be helpful too to those of us who are learning on our feet. Thank you.
Thank you.
Did you have something else?
I do, Mayor. I'm sorry. I meant to say that we also have had some transition with new counselors and P&Z folks, and so probably reaching out to each of them individually to ask for, to meet up with them to have that discussion as some of us had with you would be helpful too, I think.
Yes,
Thank you.
We actually did that at the end of December with the 2 new counselors and hope to do the same with the new P&Z commissioner. Thank you.
Okay, so sometime last year, probably late last year, I had some members of the building industry come to me and ask if they could meet with myself and the city manager and some staff and to find out what Realize Las Cruces is. So I did facilitate that. The Freese and Nichols was not there. It was strictly with Ifo and his team and the members of the building industry. And so in the last, month, various other stakeholders wanted to be included, and I said, well, let's just use this meeting as an opportunity. They were fine with that. There's about 6 or 7 of them that are out there. But I said 3 minutes each, and they said, that's fine. I know Mr. David Lynch from AARP is going to kick it off or start it off. And our good friend, Mayor Pro Tem Emeritus Sharon Thomas, could not be here today. So Dave is pinch hitting for her.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and council, for listening to us.
I need you to speak right into the mic, please, because it's kind of
My name is Dave Lynch. I'm a volunteer with AARP, currently the AARP New Mexico State President, as well as the President of the local chapter and Community Presence Group. I'd like to give now, since Sherry regrets that she wasn't here. Her husband is having an operation this afternoon. But this is her introduction to the presentation. More than 10 years ago, Senator Jeff Steinborn and County Commissioner Karen Perez started a group to study the comprehensive plans of Las Cruces and Doña Ana County. Several from that group later ran for office, including me. So during my years on the council and Planning and Zoning Commission, land development, design standards, etc., have been at the top of my interest. I also was the chair of the advisory committee that worked with a consultant to write the new comprehensive plan, Elevate Las Cruces. I'm very interested in the implementation of Elevate Las Cruces. And I know other people in the community who are also interested in the implementation of Elevate Las Cruces. So I've asked this group to respond to the presentation today. You already have the comments I submitted on your diagnostic report. I have several other people who are here today who would like to share their comments. They represent the bicycling community, the Safe Routes to Schools program, AARP, LWV Affordable Housing Committee, a Green Builder Realtor, and an NMSU Geography Department professor who supports Complete Streets. Again, thank you for allowing us to present. And our first presenter is George Pearson, who will be representing the Las Cruces bicycle community.
Thank you, Mr. Lynch. George, I just need you to state your name, even though he recognized you.
I'm George Pearson. I'm chair of the MPO Bicycle, Pedestrian, and Facilities Advisory Committee, and also the vice president of Velo Cruces, a bicycle advocacy organization. The work you're hearing about today is very effective, and it will affect virtually every citizen of Las Cruces. It's important that the existing plans be referenced, especially the active transportation plan should be a big influence on shaping the codes. We must work towards a complete and safe city for all bicyclists and pedestrians. Connecting facilities is also very important. Something in looking at the diagnostic code review that I noticed, there's not really any mention of bicycle parking. We need to add required bicycle parking so that bicyclists can go to destinations, shop safely, spend their money safely, have their bicycle there when they leave and go home again. I didn't see anything specific about intersection design. We need to make sure that we are designing intersections as safely as possible, because intersections are where conflicts happen. Thank you.
Thank you, George. Eddie, you're going to have to hold off for a bit.
Good afternoon, Mayor, City Council, and members of the public. I'm Ashley Curry. I am the Safe Routes to School Coordinator for Las Cruces Public Schools. I also serve as the Vice Chair for the MPO's BPAC, and I'm also on their Technical Advisory Committee. I served as a stakeholder on behalf of Las Cruces Public Schools and Safe Routes to School for Elevate Las Cruces, and I was also quite involved with the development of the active transportation plan. The goal of the Safe Routes to School program is to encourage students to walk and bike safely to school. And Las Cruces Public Schools standards for busing, if you're 1 mile from an elementary school, 1.5 miles from a middle school, or 2 miles from a high school, those are the standards for busing versus walking and biking. So if you live 2 miles from a high school, you're eligible for busing. There is hazardous busing in case you live on a major street for some exceptions. So for example, a 1 mile radius around an elementary school should be walkable and bikeable and safe for those students who are attending. Of course, the goal of the Safe Routes to School program, encouraging kids to walk and bike to school, not only benefits the students' own health, mental and physical, and I'll add, I just spoke with a pediatrician this morning that said that diabetes, type 2 diabetes, has doubled in Las Cruces since the pandemic started. So it's important that we talk to the issues of our children's health. Mental health is also hugely affected by students being able to actively transport themselves. So it's important that it's important for the students. It's also important for our community. When kids walk and bike to school, we can reduce traffic, we can reduce congestion, road rage, all of those kinds of things around the schools. And in order for children to be able to safely walk and bike to school, we need to have safe infrastructure. We work with enforcement, they do a great job, but there's only so much that they can do if we don't have good, safe infrastructure in place. We do parent surveys. We've been doing them for 12 years. Parents indicate that one of their number one reasons for not allowing students to walk and bike to school is their safety, and so their safety around the infrastructure in place. So I'm particularly interested in these municipal codes and roadway design and how it benefits our most vulnerable users, that's our children. So I appreciate everything that's been mentioned so far in the code updates, increasing sidewalk widths, creating buffers, and numerous other improvements. But I'm really disappointed to see that there was no mention of schools. I don't know if I just missed it, but there was no mentions of schools, school sightings, designs, and codes around schools specifically. We have 45 schools and 24,000 students, and yet no mention in these codes in relation to schools. So I'd really like to see that change. I'm here to help in any way I can, and I appreciate you taking my comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Ashley. And under the code user interviews, they did have list Las Cruces Public Schools. I don't know if they sent anyone, but it says that they interviewed them.
I did see that, and I'm not sure who they sent, but I'll find that out. Okay. But again, just in the codes themselves, I didn't see anything specifically referencing schools.
I see.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Again, my name is David Lynch. We as AARP have been working with the city for 3 years now toward entry to the World Health Organization and AARP's age-friendly and livable communities. It is a fact that by 2035, the number of adults older than 65 will be greater than the number of children under 18. That said, an age-friendly community looks for what is best for all ages. We start aging when we're born. That is why AARP staff and volunteers are working to engage communities, share expertise, and deliver resources to the country through the AARP network of age-friendly states and communities. The network includes, as of today, 619 communities in the United States. On December 21st, 2021, a resolution was passed by City Council to join the network. The resolution and letter from the mayor was submitted, and we were accepted into the network in March of 2021. Jamie Rickman, Director of the Quality of Life Department, is our lead from the city. Our first step is to build an action plan based on community input. We, the city, AARP, and NMSU, is now working on a survey to help build the action plan. This survey will obtain input from special groups such as CAFE, Electronic Caregiver, and Camp Hope. From in-person meetings with 5 to 6 citizens from each of the 6 consular districts, and from the larger community through electronic survey. The survey will look at questions derived from the 8 domains of livability. I'd quickly like to go through those 8 domains. First one is outdoor spaces, places where all ages can enjoy the outdoors and exercise. Transportation, complete street concepts, public transportation within walking distance, helping citizens to get out of the car and on their bikes or walking. The network is a resource and tool to help implement the active transportation plan. Housing, affordable housing, ADUs, housing for those in Camp Hope, housing to allow older citizens to live in their home or apartment as long as they want. We need codes for ADUs, container storefronts, housing, etc. Social participation, having opportunities to socialize, and the availability of accessible, affordable, and fun social activities. Respect and social inclusion, opportunities for young and old to learn, work, and enjoy time together and feel good about themselves. Work and civic engagement, opportunities to work for pay, like farmers market, opportunities to volunteer, of which there are unlimited opportunities. Communication and information, making important civic information available to everyone through innovative practices. Community and health services, doctors and hospitals. This survey will help us to understand what our community feels are the priority domains and help us build an action plan.
Yeah. I'm sorry.
Thank you.
Okay, good. Who's your next speaker?
Our next speaker is Beth Bardwell, the chair of the League of Women Voters Affordable Housing Committee.
Good afternoon, Mayor, council members, and staff. My name is Beth Bardwell, and I'm chair of the League of Women Voters Affordable Housing Committee. And I want to thank you for the opportunity to provide comments today on behalf of the League of Women Voters of Southern New Mexico. First, I would like to speak to the current barriers to affordable and attainable housing that can be addressed in Realize Las Cruces. We agree with the consultant's diagnostic report and their assessment that increasing missing middle and accessory dwelling units would be a step in the right direction. But there are other barriers to affordable and attainable housing that should be addressed in the current zoning, subdivision, and design standards, such as parking minimums, restrictions on density, lot size, and housing types, and restrictions on compatible use of commercial and residential activities. As we said in our previous comments to you regarding the East Lowman development, our vision for a complete neighborhood includes attractive mixed-income housing, including entry-level, missing middle, affordable, and multifamily integrated throughout a development, energy-efficient, zero-carbon, sustainable buildings, and commercial services and neighborhood-level entrepreneurial activities together. The second thing I'd like to speak to is community engagement, which Councilor Flores has raised. Community engagement in Realize Las Cruces is critical because it touches on almost every aspect of our daily lives, right? From land use and development to transportation, to housing, to water, to parks, to recreation and city services. And I think all of you would be one of the first to agree with me that those who are affected by a decision have a right to be involved in that decision-making process. And the ultimate code user is the city residents, right? We are the ultimate code user. And so, I think the city's practice of community engagement falls short of our aspirations. And I appreciate the city staff and consultants are hosting a public stakeholder meeting tomorrow on Realize Las Cruces, but more community engagement is needed. We submit 2 recommendations to you today. One is to consider creation of a citizen advisory group on Realize Las Cruces, and you have heard from many of the community civic organizations today. They would be good choices for such a committee. And second, we would recommend that the city create a new policy review committee to ensure that community engagement is integrated into all city activities, not just Realize Las Cruces. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next presenter is Renee Frank, an eco broker and supporter of green building technology.
Well, this is not Renee, I know that for sure.
I am not Renee Frank. She was unable to be here today because of a personal situation. I will see that her comments are forwarded to council and the mayor. Thank you.
Yeah, I just got that Renee's not going to be here. I'm sorry, sir. I didn't catch her name or the reason, but if you want.
Mr. Mayor, my name is Christopher Brown. I'm a faculty member at New Mexico State University. I was just jumping into that flow to let you know why Ms. Frank couldn't be here. Thank you very much for the chance to speak to you all and share my ideas.
I'm sorry, sir. I apologize. If you want to take one of your masks off, because I think the double mask is really making it hard to hear you. Well,
I'm sorry?
That's as high as it goes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Is that better?
A little bit.
You want the mask off?
If you want to do one mask, that's fine.
Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak to you today and share my ideas.
Can you state your name one more time, please?
Christopher Brown. I'm a faculty member at New Mexico State University and a longtime bicyclist and bike advocate with a strong interest in active and multimodal transportation. I would like to thank the consultant team and staff for the excellent work they did on the code diagnostic, in which they made some very good recommendations concerning active and multimodal transportation. I speak to these points now. As noted on page 20 of the document, 2 specific ideas embedded in Elevate Las Cruces will advance these goals. Point number 1, incorporate bicycle and pedestrian facility design recommendations from the active transportation plan into revised street design requirements. Point 2, apply principles of complete streets, calm streets, and active roadsides to create thoroughfares that are bicycle and pedestrian friendly. These ideas are also consistent with portions of the city's active transportation plan. Point number 1, update the city's design standards in the Land Development Code to reflect national best practices and to improve the consistency, quality, and application of pedestrian and bicycle facility design. Item number 2, street design guidance should be applied in appropriate contexts and with consideration for existing conditions and constraints, all while prioritizing safety for pedestrians and bicyclists, the most vulnerable users of our roads. These ideas are all part of the concept of complete streets, a concept that was endorsed by United States Senate Bill S-425, the Complete Streets Act of 2021. These ideas are also supported by the National Association of Home Builders and the National Association of Realtors. As revisions to the Land Development Code are advanced, I strongly advocate that staff include these concepts in the revision. Both Elevate Las Cruces and the city's active transportation plan advance these ideas, and they should be included in the Land Development Code revisions. Lastly, I ask Council to pass the Complete Streets Ordinance that will come to you in February. Thank you for your time and in advance for your support of these ideas.
Thank you, Mr. Brown.
Again, we thank you, Mr. Mayor and Council, for listening to us. We also want to thank the consultants for their work and for listening to our responses. Thank you.
Okay, good. So we've taken care of the 5 or 6 or so people who wanted to speak. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and just out of curiosity, how many members of the public who haven't spoken yet would like to say a comment or two? Got 1, 2, 3, 4. All right. So just you 4. So let me just get this young man here, and then I'll get the 3 of you over here. So come forward, please. State your name and give you a couple minutes, 2 minutes, please. And I thought that was you.
Yeah. Hello.
I'm like
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, everybody present. My name is Jorge Aguirre.
Jorge Aguirre.
Aguirre, yes.
Yeah.
I'm
Can you talk right into the mic, Jorge?
Yes. Hi. This mic is really.
Yeah, I know. Yeah.
Anyway, I'm a student resident, and I was listening to the conversation, and I want to tell you a couple of ideas.
Jorge, I'm sorry, but can you bring that mic down to you, because it's kind of picking, there you go. There you go.
Okay, so what I want to tell you is that there is a massive global conversation going on right now about transportation. And we are realizing that we have, for decades, most American cities have invested most of the resources in car culture infrastructure. And we realize that it's making us miserable. Yes?
You know, Jorge, if you want to remove your mask, 'cause I can't hear what you're...
Oh, okay, yeah, and then my accent doesn't help. So essentially, we've spent most of the resources of space and funds of the cities in car infrastructure, and it's making us miserable. You look at the big cities, and they are horrible, right? They have this incentive of increasing investment in car infrastructure, which incentivizes people to buy more cars and increase traffic, which increases the incentive to invest in more lanes, and it's just unlivable. We, just to give you a couple of numbers that I found out, essentially, we have millions of cars in the country, but we have 8 parking spots for every vehicle in the country, according to Fast Company. And let me see one other thing. This is very expensive. These are 8 parking spots that remain empty. We are destroying our beautiful ancestral land to put asphalt that sits empty most of the time. Electric cars are not going to solve the issue. What's going to solve the issue is sustainable transportation that is easy for pedestrians and bicyclists, like they're doing everywhere in every other developed country.
We'll give you 30 more seconds since we kind of interrupted you a lot. So.
Thank you for that. And so what I would like to ask this body is that you make sure to prioritize pedestrian dignity, to make sure that every development and every code respects the dignity of the citizens, to make sure that citizens of Las Cruces are able to transport themselves from every corner to every other corner by foot and by bicycle and not by car. Disincentivize the investment of more car lanes and more parking spaces and more spaces for vehicles and less for the city. Let's return the land to the people.
Okay, gotcha. Thank you. All right, now we've got 3 on this side, and Mr. Benz, Eddie Benz, you want to come forward? State your name, please, in 2 minutes.
Get rid of that so you can hear me. First of all, good afternoon. Thank you. I don't have a written speech, folks. I just talk off the top of my head sometimes.
Eddie, I need you to state your name, please.
I've been involved in building in Las Cruces for the last 60-some-odd years. We built thousands of homes and developed thousands of lots.
Excuse me, Eddie. I need you to state your name, please.
We can't complain too bad what's here because we have people coming to Las Cruces to enjoy our type of climate, and they are leaving Austin, Albuquerque, Tucson, and other cities to come to a small town. But when they get here, they say, hey, this is what we did in Austin or Texas. Why don't we do it here? Well, they couldn't wait to get away from it, but that they come here trying to tell us how to do it and make it. So a lot of the things we've had in the past, I think, have been very positive. And one thing I'd like for you guys to remember, and your ladies also, is that when developers get up and make presentations, it's not for our benefit. It is for the consumer that will be buying a house next month who's not here to open his mouth. For the last 60 years, about every 12 months, about every 12 years, we have a new plan that comes in, and the new plan says it's going to make life easier, it's going to save us money, and it's going to do a good job. And all it did was increase prices. Right now, when you put a shovel in the ground, you generally are investing somewhere $6,000 to $8,000 before you even start pouring any concrete. So that these regulations that are being generated are extremely loading up and making it difficult for affordable housing, as well as raising the price of our other products. Unfortunately, the current program that's going on, I'm disappointed in. Catherine called me earlier on, and I give her credit for contacting me, asking me if I'd be glad to meet with the people, and I told her I'd be glad to, because there are probably 10 to 12 primary developers in Las Cruces who will have to live book with this problem. And not problem, but these challenges that are being generated. And there are some major changes that I've read in here that are going to cost a lot of money, make it more difficult, slow down production and such as that. And that's why we have tried to question what's going on so that we could try to clean it up, make it as simple as possible. Time wasted is money wasted. And it's one of those things that as developers,
Thank you, Eddie.
We'd like to move the thing on as rapidly as possible. I know my 2 minutes is up, but I'm just getting started.
Yeah, I
so
know.
I'll shut up and sit down.
Well, yeah, that was Eddie Benz speaking, so thank you very much. I appreciate that.
Thank you.
And there was a couple other people. Yes. Yes, please. I just need you to state your name, please.
Sure. Can you hear me? My name is Frances Escola, and I live in an area, part of town that's been adversely affected by the presence of the indigent facilities along Amador. And every time my neighbor and I, who have come to the city or in different areas of the city for help, we have felt unheard. And Councilor Flores today, when she spoke about being inclusive, about planning from the get-go, is the first time I have heard anybody say that. I lived in a city, I'm from here, but I lived in a city and participated in a long-term planning process that went well, but it included people from the very beginning. And we are already adversely affected by planning that didn't include us, and we want to be included in the planning before it's presented to us as this is what we're going to do. And I just want to say that. So for the indigent facilities along Amador, it affects people in that whole area. It has already affected us. And we need to be heard, and our thoughts and our wishes for our quality of life need to be included. This is not a time to go into particulars, but I'm hoping, based on what this counselor has said, that there will be a chance. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ma'am.
Good afternoon. My name is Eva Moreno, and I'm a retired school teacher.
I'm sorry, ma'am. Can you state your name one more time, please?
Eva Moreno.
Eva Moreno. Okay.
And recently, we've been a victim of our vehicle being stolen, and then we recovered it, and then on a Saturday, and by Tuesday, we had to call 911 because we had people in our property. So my concern, Mayor and Council people, is I'm very happy to see that you're planning and developing in a positive way, but you also need to consider there is a population of people that are being adversely affected by crime. And I called and I was told to speak to police officers, and I have. I don't want to be a part of complaining. I want to be an advocate to help our community. The neighborhood watch person that was supposed to train me sent me an email saying that he was going to be out till December of 2022. So now I'm speaking to someone else to see where I can get help with that, because I think because our police department is working as hard as they can, and they told me we need help, we need eyes. And so therefore I think this problem, this issue needs to be addressed at some point. I'm very happy to see development, but there is already a development that exists that needs to be also considered. Thank you for your time.
Ms. Moreno?
Yes.
Yeah, let me give you my card. If you can email me information, and so we can have someone contact you about who your new neighborhood watch coordinator could be, please. Yeah, thank you. Okay, so does that pretty much take care of everyone who's had a chance to speak? Okay. And Dave or Catherine, so that pretty much concludes our presentation on the update? Oh, I'm sorry, Larry? Huh?
Good afternoon, Mayor, City Council. Larry Nicholas, Community Development Director. I would like to just add a couple of closing comments to the presentation today. It was brought up about the time, and I was listening to it very carefully, that slide involved a lot of discussion. And we mentioned, Mr. Weir mentioned that the 8 hours on each side wasn't adequate. It wasn't being used. I recognized that when I first came to work here. But we need to set some parameters for that. This code was last reviewed and put into use in 2003. Many things have changed since that time, and so we need to hire our consultants. We need to avail ourselves of our Director of Planning, Senior Planner, 15 years of experience, 22 years of experience in planning. I myself have an equal number of years. In order to bring this code up to our modern practices that involve our Elevate comprehensive plan, this is a way to merge the aspirational and visionary plan with the codified code plans to improve our design standards. But the time element, Mr. Mayor, I'm more aware of that than probably anybody in the city. We issued 9,700 permits last year. I think I had 7 or 8 complaints that those permits were not reviewed and issued in timely fashion. So I guess my comment is we are responding to the citizens' requests for timely reviews, timely permit issuings, and that goes not only to building permits, but to our Planning and Zoning Commission, our subdivisions approvals. Our difficulty is this. We are meeting the city review times. Not the 8 hours, but we are meeting less than 10 days. Our over-the-counter permits are still in effect 24 hours on many, same day, same hour. Some of the building permits, like the hospital example, getting that permit issued and reviewed, yes, that's a very complicated project. It does take more than the 7 to 10 days. But I just wanted to assure council that we're very aware and cognizant of time is money, and Community Development Department, along with the other reviewing departments, which are Public Works, Utilities, Fire Department, Park and Recreation. There's 8 agencies that review plans that come in on an application. We need to get, and we are very cognizant of having those reviews done timely. Our consultant is a very accomplished consultant. The item that was brought to you today was to make you aware of how far along we are in the process. We're about a third of the way. We'll continue to make progress. We'll continue to involve the stakeholders and the interested groups that have a very direct usage of this, the code users. We are all about transparency, and we'll continue to do that for you, Mr. Mayor and members of the City Council. Thank you for letting me make these last closing comments, and we'll keep you informed as we make progress. Oh, one last thing. We talked about doing red lines on having the code as it is now and the code that's being changed. We do this with building codes every 3 years. And the way we do that is we mark in the margin with a black line that this part of the code had been revised. If the code had not been revised, then there's no notation. So maybe we can employ something of that nature to help identify the changes that were made to the 2003 land use code. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, for these comments.
Larry, thank you very much for that clarification, and I apologize. I didn't realize it was on the zoning until later. The assistant manager passed me a note. I was just focused on that. I was just, that 45 days just threw me for a loop. But I do have a quick question I forgot to ask, if you can answer, Dave or Catherine. It's under substantial completion, says does not allow for issuance of certificates of occupancy. Does that mean that we're doing away with the temporary CO as well, or is that still going to be available?
Mr. Mayor, Larry Nicholas of Community Development. The temporary certificate of occupancy is a very useful mechanism to get people into their businesses or into their homes. We primarily use it for businesses, not very much for residential. That will be continued to be used because a temporary certificate of occupancy means that there's only a few very minor items remaining for that project to be safely used or occupied. What would be an example of a minor item? Maybe a piece of a door trim or something of that nature that they had to order in and it didn't come in on time. We'll continue to use TCOs, temporary certificates of occupancies. We always condition those. We state what it is that is needed and 30 days for use to get to the certificate of occupancy. It's very useful and we need to continue with it.
I appreciate that, thanks. Okay, yeah. I was going to blame Councilor Flores for me in that error, but, 'cause when she gets talking, then she gets me riled up, and next thing you know, so. Okay, well, thank you very much. We appreciate that.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
If there's nothing further, we're going to go ahead and move on to the item, as I mentioned, 4.2 has to be removed as a presenter is not available. Item 4.3, the homelessness discussion. Looks like Natalie Green will be kicking that off.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, members of council, Natalie Green for the record. I did have Christine pass out some packets. The packets that were passed out earlier were passed out a little prematurely, so this should have also been included. The discussion item before you is around people experiencing homelessness in our community. Before I get started, I wanted to cover just some high-level definitions. That way you guys can understand the full continuum of what we're talking about. Today's presentation is primarily going to focus on Category 1, which is people who are more visible in our community. So it's people who are living in a place that's not meant for human habitation. That could be the streets, their car, an emergency shelter, a transitional housing program, or hotels. There's additional categories that are also defined by HUD. One is imminent risk of homelessness, so someone who's going to lose their primary residence within 14 days who has no other resources to obtain permanent housing. There's homelessness under other federal statutes that's primarily unaccompanied youth under the age of 25, and we do have some programming and partners that work on that particular segment. And then any individual who's fleeing domestic violence or attempting to flee domestic violence. For the sake of the presentation, I also want to cover chronically homeless individuals. Again, those are people who are living in a place not meant for human habitation or in an emergency shelter for a continuous period of 1 year or 4 separate occasions that add up to 1 year, and have a disabling condition that's expected to impede their ability to be housed independently. And then the school uses this definition. It's not traditionally used in our programming, but it's doubled up. It's people who are sharing housing with other persons. So like couch surfing, multiple households sharing housing. As part of your handouts, I gave you the New Mexico Coalition to End Homelessness Point in Time count. It is the 2021 count. It's a count that's conducted every year, it's conducted biannually. Starting in 2022, it will be conducted annually, and it starts next week. So as part of Continuum of Care funding, and there's 2 Continuum of Cares in the state of New Mexico. One is Albuquerque, and then everybody else, which we call the balance of state. And so as part of this count, I'm going to go through some of the data. So I just wanted you to know that it's really reflective of trends in our state and our community. So while it has actual numbers, it's really to assess the trend. When we're trying to count individuals who are experiencing homelessness, there's always a margin of error. You're not going to find everyone. COVID presents some challenges. And it does not include families who are doubled up, because again, they don't necessarily meet HUD's definition of homelessness. And so this is really specifically for Continuum of Care programs. Just overall, between 2009 and 2021, the trend has remained pretty consistent. We saw a drop in 2021. That could be for a number of factors. One of it could be a hesitancy to encounter individuals during the pandemic. The other reason could be because there was an increase in hotel vouchers or housing vouchers, and so finding people during that period of time could be difficult. And just for reference, every state in the nation does the point and count during the same 10-day period. For unsheltered individuals, the data shows that they're primarily New Mexico residents. So these are, again, people who meet that literal definition of homelessness, someone out on the street that you're seeing in the community. They report that most of them, or 51% of them, meet that definition of chronically homeless, which is homeless for over a year and have a disabling condition. They've self-reported, 39% of them, that they have severe mental illness. 70% report that they have substance use disorders. And then this year, 21% reported that it's their first time experiencing homelessness. Only 12% attributed that to COVID, and then 8% attributed that to domestic violence. In terms of demographics, 71% were male and 83% were over the age of 18. The balance of state, I wanted to show you the chart. So again, you have, there was 905 households counted, which you'll notice is a little bit different. The other charts go on persons. But again, you have a significant number of individuals who are accessing emergency shelter, who are either in transitional housing or unsheltered. And the balance of state unsheltered individuals, again, you saw that drop, but it's likely due to COVID or those hotel vouchers. People accessing emergency shelter, only 9% report that they're chronically homeless. Most of those people utilizing emergency shelter that were counted are households with children. Only 20% are reporting severe mental illness, and 40% are reporting substance abuse. And then you had a significant number of, or a larger number, reporting fleeing domestic violence. And that's likely because we have shelters that are very specific to domestic violence. And again, those trends were pretty standard across the board from 2011 to 2021. Transitional housing, you see a decrease in the utilization of transitional housing. That's likely because many of the COC programs have stopped. They no longer use the term transitional housing. What they use is rapid rehousing models or permanent supportive housing. So you're seeing a disinvestment in transitional housing programs, but they still exist. And then as you can see in a county by county percentage, Doña Ana County is the highest utilizer, or at least was the highest counted for transitional housing in the latest point in time count. Overarching policy, it's housing. So if people are experiencing housing insecurity or homelessness in our community, the answer is housing first. So again, I've included Maslow's hierarchy of need. We can't attempt to work on any of the other issues around homelessness if we don't start with housing first. So the best practice or the best model is to first house them and then provide intensive supportive services for those particular clients. And I included the continuum, and I apologize, it's really hard to see, but again, people will enter and exit the continuum throughout their entire lives, whether they're people experiencing homelessness, whether they're seniors who experience the loss of a partner and move from a single family home or downsize to rental housing. So every person, regardless of their housing status, falls somewhere along this continuum. Challenges and complexities. Of course, there's program limitations. We have a limited supply of vouchers. Different funding sources have different eligibility requirements, different eligibility documentations. When we're talking about persons who are unhoused, they have limited access to birth certificates, IDs. Some programs do require evidence of citizenship or legal residency. We are experiencing a number of unit shortages, so even if we have the financial means to provide a housing voucher, can we find a unit that takes that voucher at the voucher fair market rent? We have, at least within the last year, it's the first time that we have a significant amount of resources dedicated to housing, but we can't find units to place people in, and I'll cover this in a different slide. We also have limited supportive services. So when we're talking about sheltering those people in Category 1, again, they reported a significant number of severe mental illness and substance abuse. We do not have a comprehensive support system in the Las Cruces area. And that includes for people who are housed as well. You know, there's a whole host of people who need mental health and substance abuse services. Some other limitations are case law. So there's been some cases out of the 9th and 10th Circuit Courts. You can Google those. The one I'll cite in particular is the 10th because that covers the New Mexico. There's been some case around allowing people, again, people have civil rights, so panhandling has been treated like a First Amendment case, so people have the right to be out on public property. And then people have personal autonomy. They have the right to access services or not access services. I did include a copy of the New Mexico Coalition to End Homelessness, their white paper on how we address homelessness statewide. It was a research brief that was provided to the state of New Mexico legislators and the governor's office. It recommends a two-pronged approach. The first is rapid rehousing. Rapid rehousing can address, it's generally for families and households that don't need that intensive case support, right? It's just a housing voucher or rental assistance for a period of time, and that assistance decreases as they stabilize. So it's people who are primarily lower income, who are maybe getting evicted and need that rental assistance for 6 months while they figure stuff out. Permanent supportive housing development was the other recommendation. That is the type of housing that we need to address people who are unsheltered in our community. It ties intensive supportive services with housing. And that white paper recommended to the state of New Mexico, one, a $48 million one-time capital investment to build affordable housing across the state, and then additional investments for that rapid rehousing program. And so I know that it's a significant investment, but I will tell you the state of New Mexico's budget last year was $7.4 billion. And this year it's about $8.4 billion. So there are a significant amount of resources to address homelessness statewide. We know through various research, and this is out of Denver, that the cost of doing nothing is not nothing. So if we don't do anything today, there is still a cost to our residents. There's a cost in emergency room shelters. There's a cost, emergency room intakes, emergency shelter, police, fire. So when we build supportive housing, we have the ability to reduce that cost. In terms of existing resources, of course, the City of Las Cruces has funding from the Housing and Urban Development. We both get CDBG, home. I have a whole slide on home ARPA. We've had some NSP houses that we dedicated to nonprofit service providers to provide transitional housing. We also utilize our general fund for both affordable housing development, including permanent supportive housing. The HUD Continuum of Care passes funding to some of our partners. La Casa, Community of Hope, and Abode are recipients of those funding. There's also some ESG money that comes through MFA. The Mesilla Valley Public Housing Authority has housing vouchers. They're not necessarily exclusive to people experiencing homelessness, but it's people who are low income and have housing insecurity. New Mexico MFA has a number, and Behavioral Health Services Division has the linkages program. There's some funding for housing development. There's some funding for supportive services. And then the state also has like a housing trust fund and some other things around permanent supportive housing. American Rescue Plan Act funds, there's a number of different federal departments that are allocating ARPA funds. One of them was HUD, and again, I'll cover that in a different slide. And then the city has, through partnership with Community Hope, Camp Hope. And while it's not an emergency shelter, it definitely fills that sort of transitional need for people experiencing homelessness. We have a number of partners. If I listed them all, the print would be very, very small. I want to primarily list the Community Hope campus, which is Community Hope, Jardín, Amador Health, Casa de Peregrinos, El Caldito. The Gospel Rescue Mission is a privately run emergency shelter, and I have a slide on them. La Casa, the Mesilla Valley Public Housing Authority, Families and Youth Innovation Plus, Catholic Charities, Community Action Agency, the New Mexico Coalition to End Homelessness. HUD has some stuff around homelessness. Staff has been meeting with our federal delegation around homelessness and housing issues. Those occur, some of them are weekly, some of them are monthly. MFA has started a Housing New Mexico Advisory Committee. Their purpose is to address the full housing continuum, including homelessness. Doña Ana County is doing ERAP funding, emergency rental assistance funding. Of course, there's some work happening at Resiliency Leaders that recognizes that economic mobility and addressing poverty is a holistic approach. You can't just address food insecurity. You have to do food insecurity, housing security, mental health. It's a full continuum. And then, of course, there's a number of other NGOs and churches that are also addressing pieces of that housing continuum. The Gospel Rescue Mission is across the street from the Mesilla Valley Community Hope campus. They have a shelter capacity of about 120 beds. They offer food, clothing, chapel services. They are also working on an expansion of some sort of building project. My hope is that they would be in the audience today. I'm not sure if they're here. My Friend's Place emergency shelter. So council had the foresight to partner with Families and Youth Innovation Plus, and they provided funding to help get the youth shelter up and running. It has a capacity of 16 beds. They average about 200 bed nights per month, and in 2021 they provided 271 bed nights to individuals aged between 12 and 17. And they did report that 3 individuals exceeded 90 days in the emergency shelter. The operating costs sit around just under $700,000, and staff also reports that the youth that they are serving experience a high needs of mental health and behavioral support. And in addition to their emergency supportive shelter, they also have a permanent supportive housing program and a transitional housing program. And they are also in the audience available for questions. La Casa Emergency Shelter, they have a capacity of 90. They restrict their eligibility to people who are fleeing domestic violence. In the last year, they served approximately 304 persons and provided almost 10,000 bed nights. And they are open 365 days out of the year, 24/7. And the average cost, operating cost sits around $2 million. And they have a number of housing programs. Again, they have several neighborhood stabilization program homes, TBRA, and continuum of care. And the TBRA is funded through the city, and the NSP homes were also funded through the city. I'm going to turn over the next couple slides to Mesilla Valley Community Hope so they can cover some of their services and programs.
Good afternoon. Nicole Martinez, Director, Mesilla Valley Community of Hope. Mr. Mayor, members of the council, thank you for the opportunity to discuss issues surrounding homelessness. While we continue to provide a variety of services at Community of Hope, I really wanted to highlight some of the things that we've been doing for at least the last 10 years, just to give a snapshot. And really quickly, I did want to mention that I do have several of the Community of Hope staff here in the audience today. If you would just raise your hands quickly. Some of our champions at Community of Hope. We have about 25 strong, so small representation, but very mighty here today. So we do have the Abode program. We actually started that program in 2008. It's our sister nonprofit, so we actually operate two nonprofits, and Abode is primarily to run 2 group homes that house chronically homeless men. We have 15 men total living in those homes. Each house also has a resident manager that also has lived experience, and that's permanent supportive housing model. It's also funded through HUD Multifamily, as well as HUD Continuum of Care and the New Mexico Mortgage Finance Authority. We started Camp Hope in 2011. It had been in operation about 2 weeks when I became director. So 6 years before becoming the director, I was the housing programs manager. And so really sort of my tendency started right after Camp Hope. After 2 weeks after it had been going is when I jumped on board, and we decided very quickly that we needed to have that type of an emergency shelter close to services at Community of Hope. We continue to operate that today. I believe we have about 44 people sleeping in our backyard in tents right now. We also have Sue's House, and that's one of the NSP programs that Natalie talked about. It's a home that houses 4 chronically homeless women, and it's been at full capacity since we started that in about 2013. We also operationally ended veterans' homelessness. Mr. Mayor, you may remember giving that press release, and I went into labor that evening, so it's very exciting for us. We were 10th in the nation to do that. Doesn't mean that we ended veteran homelessness, but it means that we got our veteran numbers so low that we can house any of our homeless veterans within 30 days. We have a really robust system to do that. With the help of Mayor Pro Tem Gandara, we started the Mano y Mano day labor program. We have 20 people that go out who are either homeless or precariously housed. They do landscaping, litter removal, all types of things with the Park and Rec Department to help to beautify Las Cruces city properties. At the end of the day, the workday, the workers come back to Community of Hope. They get connected to services, they get paid, and they get fed as well. We have also taken on several different types of HUD-funded grants. Community Housing Connection is the acronym on there. The City of Las Cruces operated one of those grants in partnership with us. Once HUD decided that it didn't have to be run by a governmental entity, they decided to transfer it to Community of Hope, and we have been operating it since then. We also took Community Housing Connection grants from other communities who were unable to utilize the funds in their community. So we had 3 of those. I also applied to HUD for another permanent supportive housing program for the CHC grant, and so we now have essentially 2, but they were 4 at one time. We also began operating the tenant-based rental assistance program from the City of Las Cruces in the last few years, and that's really helped with our county grant partnership to serve people who are experiencing homelessness that are justice involved and who are also accessing emergency room services on a repeated basis. So now we have streamlined housing for people in those programs, as well as some of our veterans. That's another source of funding that we use for longer term housing for our homeless veterans. We have also obtained legislative monies for capital improvements on the campus at our building right now. Really noisy outside my office. We're getting our solar carport, which is really amazing for Community of Hope, help us obviously to become more sustainable and ease up on our electric bills. We also redid all of the flooring in the Community of Hope building. But I, as the one who looks over the lease agreement with the City of Las Cruces, also assist the other agencies on the campus with all of their capital outlay projects. They all have to go through Community of Hope, and hopefully they'll have an opportunity to present to you all of the improvements that they've made to their buildings on the Community of Hope campus to make it much safer and more accessible for a lot of people. We also, in the last couple of years, added an additional 52 housing vouchers for the Linkages program, and that is funded through the New Mexico Mortgage Finance Authority and Behavioral Health Services Division. It's helping people with serious mental illness who are experiencing homelessness with accessing services coupled with housing. We also had a grant that was through HUD that was to operate our shelter and provide supportive services. But because HUD has moved away from funding shelters, we converted that grant to a coordinated entry grant, which is really important for our state, but also for the City of Las Cruces. There are only 2 coordinated entry grantees in the state of New Mexico, one of which is Community of Hope. The other is the New Mexico Coalition to End Homelessness, and so they do the coordinated entry for every person trying to access housing through the state of New Mexico. As I'm sure you can imagine, that's a lot of agencies trying to utilize that service, but for us, it's very streamlined having that in-house, and so much so that we really wanted to expand those services to surrounding counties, and so I have staff that were implementing that and trying to train people to bring coordinated entry to really help people in the Southwest region that are more rural areas to help end their homelessness, the people in their communities to end homelessness. We also partnered with the City of Las Cruces to have an outreach coordinator, so that's been within the last year, to have somebody whose primary goal is to be out on the streets working with people who are experiencing homelessness, work with business partners on doing outreach. We, during the pandemic, have had some hard times kicking that off and trying to figure out how to navigate that. And so we do have somebody who is finally with Community of Hope and implementing that service. We also added Desert Hope Apartments. We partnered with City of Las Cruces and the Mesilla Valley Public Housing Authority to develop 40 units of permanent supportive housing. We opened the complex in August, and we were at full capacity in October, thereby ending homelessness for 40 people in Las Cruces on that day. I have a staff person on site at Desert Hope who provides supportive services. We also have a partnership with Casa de Peregrinos. They have a food pantry on site there at Desert Hope Apartments, and Amador Health Center sends staff over to do quarterly or more often screenings with the residents there at at Desert Hope. We also recently received a significant amount of funding to end family homelessness, and so we have just kicked off the start of that. We have already been housing many families in our community, sheltering, and then also accessing housing services, referrals, and supportive services for the families. And we really hope to make a huge dent in family homelessness in Doña Ana County with that funding. We're also working with the City of Las Cruces and consultants on a 10-year master plan, at which time I'm sure we will discuss much more in depth with the council. But so far, it's progressing. We definitely feel confident that the plan has some really great improvements for the campus as a whole, and we're excited to see those go forward and continue to work with the City of Las Cruces for those improvements. And we continue to operate Camp Hope. Overall, for the time that we have been implementing Camp Hope, we've served 1,584 people that would have otherwise been out on the streets, sleeping in ditches, sleeping along Main Street. So we have been able to really shelter a lot of people and keep them close to services and then quickly transition them into housing. During COVID, we have also consulted with countless communities who are interested in starting their own safe outdoor spaces, because our numbers for COVID have been very, very low because of the implementation of Camp Hope. So it served as a model throughout the nation. And quickly, I wanted to just talk a little bit more about the Mano y Mano program. So we've served more than 1,400 people since we started the program. Just last year, 568 unique encounters. People are going out quite a few times. It's 5,040 at least with those 568 people. On average, we turn away 39 people from the program. And again, you know, they're going out to do day labor, they get paid, and that connection to services and serve lunch. We do a survey with those who are going out into the field, and when they come back, the survey is collected. Most say that they are spending their funds on rent or something that's rent related, putting it into savings or using it for their cell phones. 76 of the people who have gone out on Mano y Mano that we've been able to track have received housing. It's just been a really exciting program. We know that it's been a huge benefit to the people that are able to access that service. Our 2 supervisors who oversee the program also have lived experience, and it's just been life-changing for them too. And that will conclude my portion of the presentation, and obviously I will be mayor's left, first row, for questions after. Thank you.
Natalie Green for the record again. I do want to cover home ARPA fundings. So last, probably about 6 months ago, we were notified that we are the recipient of $1.7 million, and it is awarded from the Housing and Urban Development Program through our home. We have to do a home ARP allocation plan before we can start utilizing that funding. So we are gearing up our contract amendment with our consultant so we can start doing those stakeholder consultations, identifying the gaps and the priorities for the use of the funding. It can only be used for serving those qualified individuals as defined by HUD, so those categories 1 through 4. I like to tell people it's too much money and not enough money at the same time, because we can only use it for either acquiring, rehabbing, or constructing affordable rental housing. So 1.7 is not enough to do that. The other option is to use it for tenant-based rental assistance. So we have a significant, and that's why I like to say it's almost too much. We have the ability to house people experiencing homelessness in our community with this funding. But can I find the units and the landlords who are going to take those individuals at the voucher amount that's going to pass housing quality standards? So we have to figure out a way to work on that programming, and staff does have some recommendations. The other option is to look at purchasing or using the funding to help purchase a non-congregate shelter. A lot of communities who have much more money than we are using it to purchase hotels. The caveat to that is we can use it for the acquisition or the development, but you can't use it for any of the operating costs. And it's a 10-year commitment before that housing type can be converted to some other use. I'm going to turn this portion of the presentation to Officer Klimek. So I just wanted to give the police department an opportunity to also present on what they're seeing in our community. So I'll let him come up.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, City Council. Thank you for including the police department in this discussion. I'm Officer Brian Klimek with the Community Outreach Unit. Our unit, in addition to community outreach efforts, target chronic threats in the community. And one of the problems is the behaviors that surround homelessness. Every day we have numerous calls for service to deal with different items that are associated with the homeless problem. While homelessness itself isn't unlawful and not illegal, we also have a responsibility to the public, the safety of everyone in the community. That said, we're not going to police or arrest our way out of homelessness. So what we do is we take a partnership approach, working with the Community Hope and the Gospel and other entities to address the issue. Where is the problem? El Paseo Corridor is in much better shape than it was a couple of years ago when we initiated a focused patrol effort 2 years ago, there was a lot of camps along the corridor. As you know, there's a lot of closed businesses, boarded up storefronts, and this tends to attract a criminal element, and it also can provide shelter for people who are experiencing homelessness. Much better shape today. We've displaced the camps. We still have issues there, but we have improved the safety of the area. North Main, Albertsons, West Amador, along the ditch banks near the shelters is a popular area. Burn Lake is another area that we've made improvements on. We've had a community outreach event there that dealt with the trash that had accumulated over many, many years. We've displaced the camps. We've plugged some people into services with the help of Community Hope, and it's a much safer place. We also currently have a project at the Med Park Complex. We had a meeting with the city manager a while back, and we were able to improve the condition over there. Received an email just last week saying that the condition is much more improved. It was a place where that is poorly lighted, and homeless people could find shelter there at night and also cause problems. But we've been able to fix that condition, or at least improve it with a camera that we've posted. We also conduct daily patrols, especially on bike. We've set up an email network, communication network with all the business owners over there, so they can communicate directly with me if they're experiencing any further problems. We've also walked the property with Mr. Nichols about improving the lighting situation over there. The downtown plaza there's two people that I can think of that like to call that their home. The problem with the downtown plaza is it's much more visible than a lot of other places, so they tend to stick out more, but we are working with the Community Hope to plug them into services. Telshore and Loman also seeing some problems with the panhandling, but with the exception of the North Main Albertsons and the Telshore and Loman, we have active projects addressing all of these issues here. And these problems usually come to our attention either by a personal contact with me and a citizen. Sometimes they come through the mayor's office or a city councilor. What is the threat? What is the problem? Trespassing, littering, drinking in public are two victimless crimes, so to speak. Vandalism, we have a gentleman that likes to throw rocks through windows. Burglary, breaking and entering, shoplifting, and what we now call prohibited solicitations, which was formerly the panhandling ordinance. How do we attack the problem? The Crisis Triage Center is a place where we can take individuals who are in crisis and who are not violent, they're not pending any criminal charges, but who are typically homeless and experiencing some type of crisis. It's a very useful tool for us. The Community Hope are unsung heroes that we partner with, many of whom will actually come to a scene. If I have someone that needs assistance, they will actually come out and come to a scene to help out. We are a police agency, and enforcement action is not always the right course of action to take, but we are responsible to arrest, cite as appropriate. Just a quick statement on probable cause and having a victim of an offense. I do tend to get, I'll refer to the downtown mall, where I get pictures and complaints of people sleeping in a storefront to keep warm or for shelter, but I don't have anyone that is an actual victim. I don't have a responsible party for that business. It's someone else reporting the problem to me. I understand this doesn't look great, especially in the downtown mall area, but without someone willing to pursue charges for trespassing, there's not much I can do. And that said, we need to be mindful about moving people on, and if we're not enforcing any crime, because it could escalate into a use of force situation, which creates all sorts of other problems. Protective custody. If a person we encounter on the street is suicidal, homicidal, or so intoxicated they can't even walk, we are responsible to take them into protective custody, take them to a hospital, emergency room, where they are referred to mental health services from there. The Gospel Rescue Mission was mentioned. It's also a wonderful resource for us. And finally, obstacles from my perspective, some people just prefer to be on the street. It might not make sense, and I don't understand everything there is about mental illness, but I can think of probably 24 people that I've known over the last 2 years who prefer to be on the streets, or their addiction or substance abuse problems prevents them from getting services because of their behavior. They're a threat or a safety issue for the service providers. Also, to some extent, immediate jail release. They will, typical crime of petty misdemeanors and misdemeanors, they'll end up right back out onto the street. So it's really not a long-term solution. And just finally, I'll reemphasize that the police department takes this integrative approach. We work with the shelters and other agencies as a partnership, and not solely a police and heavy enforcement model. Thank you.
Thank you, Officer.
Again, Natalie Green for the record. So in terms of recommendations from staff to council, we have a number of them. Some are long-term, some are more immediate. The first is to continue to expand the housing continuum. Council has recognized the importance of affordable housing for the full continuum, and I'll explain that continuum in the next slide. The expansion of the campus and complementary resources. And again, I have another slide on that one. A possible expansion of the Mano a Mano program, and that would be part of a larger conversation with Parks and Rec, since they're the primary department on that. But staff's thought in conjunction with Community of Hope is that we find a way to do like a spot truck or a response truck that can address maybe those immediate areas of litter versus what our Mano a Mano vans do right now. They have a particular route, and they help Parks and Rec with long-term park cleanups. I've included in your packet a House America proclamation and sign-on letter. So there's mayors all across the nation that are doing a sign-on with the Department of Housing and Urban Development. The thought is for communities to establish a goal for the creation of rapid rehousing vouchers and the creation of permanent supportive housing. Staff has researched and evaluated a landlord voucher incentive program and a risk mitigation fund to help expand the available use of landlords who will accept vouchers. I did include an MRA assessment and an incentive program. Again, many of the areas that Officer Klimek mentioned have significant disinvestment. So can we do a designation of a metropolitan redevelopment area, which means you designate it slum and blight. And then as a city, we can provide public partnership investment in those areas. It's how we did the downtown again, over the last several years. So then we can assist some of those business owners who are experiencing issues in their areas. We could do a revision of the infill policy, and I think this leads to your previous discussion. We want to increase the missing middle housing supply. That's generally in your infill area. We have a significant amount of compression in our housing continuum. And council's heard me say this before, we're the compressed accordion, right? So we need to stretch out the accordion, not only in government investment, but in the private side. If we can help private developers stretch out that accordion, then we can address the full housing continuum, because it's not local government that's going to solve the housing crisis. It's in partnership with private development as well. As you go into this latest legislative session and a lot of the things that are happening at the state and national level, it's time to lobby for additional mental health and substance use treatments. So there's opportunities there. Many of the Build Back Better and the ARPA funding that's coming down is specific to these populations and these type of services. And then we need to seek additional state and federal resources for, again, capital investment in affordable housing, potential capital investment in the campus and their services. And then there's some need for expanded support for a number of responding departments, police, codes, fire, the housing section, parks and rec, and quality of life. Again, this is the housing continuum. When we talk about housing, it's a full spread. Today's is really only focusing on the first half of that, right? It's addressing people experiencing homelessness, helping develop capacity in both transitional and supportive housing. And then, again, when I talk about spreading out that accordion, when we can build additional housing, both private and public, then you have, it's a supply and demand issue, right? There's no supply right now. I did want to remind council that we did get a private land donation. This was Desert Hope. Nicole mentioned the 40 units that we developed for permanent supportive housing in partnership with the Housing Authority. There was a family who donated the 3 surrounding parcels. So, and that donation happened last month, so we can move forward with some pre-development to start planning additional units. And I'll be happy to forward this to you, Councilor Gondera. I see you're taking pictures. And it's also in your packet. I gave you guys this presentation. So staff is already working on that. We executed a pre-development agreement with the developer, which is the Public Housing Authority, to start planning that. Our goal is to get started on the next phase within the next year. I did want to address the Amador corridor. Again, council was very thoughtful when they purchased the Brewer's Oral parcel. It's adjacent to the campus. It allows for expansion of the existing services to include that permanent supportive housing. It also allows us to address some of the other items on the campus. Staff has been working with those campus recipients and the consultant to master plan this area. I have a teaser for you. So it would include potential 50 to 80 units of permanent supportive housing. That's on the most north end. Right here? Again, the projected full build out of the total campus renovations, not just the housing, is about 30 million, which would include expanded childcare services, so a potential expansion or renovation of Jardín de los Niños to expand capacity. They have like a 2-year waiting list for children who are homeless or near homeless to get those supportive services. It would also include a new kitchen, incubator, and soup kitchen. Council has already allocated the funding for number 4, which is the Casa de Peregrinos food bank renovation. And then if these other components come into place, it gives us the ability to expand not only the health center and include some of those mental health and substance abuse services, and then the expanded day shelter. And there's some opportunities in the immediate area for potential acquisition, and then partnership with families and youth Innovations Plus. And this is El Crucero. So now staff will stand for questions. You have many of our community partners in the audience. You also have codes and police. So.
Okay, thank you, Natalie. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Natalie, for your presentation. I just want to give thoughtful recognition, gratitude to all the nonprofits that are out there. I mean, we couldn't do this without you. This is really a near and dear issue to me, and I know it is to the public. And people are always asking, well, what is council doing? You know, we're focusing on our bag, you know, removal of bags. And I can assure people and the public and those that are listening that we are multifaceted. We can do many things, and we have, and this is just a small segment of the work that staff and this council has done related to trying to eradicate homelessness. So with that, Natalie, I'm interested in hearing from you currently, what is our housing stock? What is our need? And does it include all the things you spoke of, low income, affordable housing, those kinds of things? I think that would be some important data as we factor in what to do next.
Mr. Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem Gandara, our shortage in affordable housing rental units is somewhere around 4,500. A lot of this data was pre-pandemic and pre sort of this housing boom we're having. In single family, we estimated there was around 5,000. And then we know that within the next 10 years, you have a number of housing, over 10 housing units that are going to reach a significant age that need rehab and renovation. And many of those units are affordable to the families that are occupying them, but they have limited resources to access those financial means. So I didn't include home rehabilitation on this continuum. It should be added. So staff is working on a number of things. We've diversified. I think there was a strong proponent to do only single-family housing development, and that's what we've done for the last 10 years. Desert Hope was the first time we did multifamily in well over 11 years. Staff has a number of projects around each of these sort of continuum areas, permanent supportive housing, some family housing. Of course, we're looking at some workforce affordable housing near the El Paseo corridor. We've met with the developer last week around senior housing, and I'm really excited to bring that to your guys' attention. And then we've also, of course, several weeks ago, you approved a potential loan for a development off the Walnut area that's just for families. So staff's goal is, my goal, or at least my goal, is to get you 500 units in 3 years, and that's, I'm going to try. What is it? Hell or high water to get those done. So you'll be hearing from me a lot. I'll be asking for a lot, but that is included in several of our asks. So.
Thank you, Natalie. I really appreciate that. So in our housing, and just for the public, we have a housing policy review committee that meets once a month to talk about all these issues. Councilor Bencomo is chair of that, and both Councilor Flores and I sit on that as well. And so again, this is really important. Natalie, you made reference to 4 housing housing projects that are in the queue, and we have mentioned a couple, but can you reiterate for the public and for council what those are and what the estimated cost of that is, and if you have funding for each of those, and if it's phase 1, phase 2, what is the amounts that we really need to to understand what they are, because we're going into budget retreat at the end of this week, and I want to make sure that we're funding appropriately.
Mr. Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, Councilor Gandara, we have, I want to say 6 or 7 in the queue. Some of them are single family, some of them are multifamily. And again, it's serving different populations. Each of them are financed a little bit differently, and they have different items. I would love to give a number, but if I was, it's going to be really high just because of the the housing market is volatile right now. Construction costs are crazy.
Go big or go home, Natalie, right? That's what we say all the time. I know it's going to be high, but I really need, I'm not going to hold you to it. I'm like, well, Natalie said on Friday, but
Yes.
this is really for the public to understand that the city of Las Cruces is doing everything that they can to address this issue. And frankly, I get enormous emails, mostly on Facebook, not even really emails, that we're not doing anything to address this issue. And there's a few people out there, most of you that are out here are nonprofits that work in the industry, not too many of the naysayers out there in the public. They might be listening, but this is frustrating to me because, you know, we get banged up pretty good on Facebook and the social media platforms that we're not working towards this. And I can assure everybody that we are, and working as fast as we can, but 500 units in 3 years, that isn't going to meet the demand that we have.
Mr. Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, if I was to give a number, I would say 25 million spread out over the next 4 to 5 years. 25. And again, most of those are going to be loans. They don't have to be grants. Anything that's affordable rental housing would primarily be a loan. Where it gets expensive is that permanent supportive housing.
Yes.
Because you, in order to set your rents, it's based on your operating costs and your permanent debt without getting too crazy. So if you want to rent to individuals who have no income or limited source of incomes, you have to reduce that permanent financing and heavily subsidize the units to be able to take those low rents unless you have vouchers. And the only voucher holder in Las Cruces is the Mesilla Valley Public Housing Authority, which they did provide for Desert Hope. That's one of the reasons that property is able to cash flow, because they provided 36 vouchers that covers the rent on behalf of those people experiencing chronic homelessness. And then Community Hope is able to provide other sources of funding to cover that rent, so that property will cash flow and cover the operating costs. But I am presenting at your budget retreat, so I'll give you I'll have a number for you at that.
Okay.
That one.
Thank you, Natalie. No pressure, no pressure. Natalie, you made mention all the various vouchers and the grants and stuff of that nature. Have we ever considered very specifically going for large grants, specific to, because you made mention the substance, right, the addiction, and the behavioral health. So, and I'm a firm believer, you gotta house somebody first before you work on these other issues. And so for me, as we're hearing Officer Clement talk about sort of the encounters that we're having with our homeless population, right? So many of them have addiction and mental health issues. Probably some of the major violence is another big issue for so many of them that frankly get them kicked out of Community of Hope. Have we talked seriously with our grant team about some of these big SAMHSA grants, these federal grants that could help sort of build on that that behavioral health and substance abuse with the housing?
Mr. Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, Amador Health couldn't be here, but they are a recipient of the SAMHSA grant, and of course we support them not only with public service funding, but with space facility. Again, I think when we talk about funding, it really starts with the campus. It's the jewel of our city. It's a nationally recognized model. You have states and cities coming to Las Cruces just to look at the campus and how it runs and what it looks like. So I think we have an opportunity, especially with the Build Back Better and the other infrastructure stuff, to capitalize on that campus. And it's almost like a domino. There's little pieces that have to fall into place, but once it's done, it's going to be even better. And we do regularly meet with our grants person to evaluate those grants. A lot of it's subject to staff capacity. As you know, myself and my staff already manage a very intensive grant, which is our CDBG and home programs. That in itself are full-time jobs. But we are having our annual meeting with the grants team think it's next week or 2 weeks from now, to look at some of those much larger grants. We're evaluating a choice neighborhood grant for the El Paseo area to help with that investment, specifically with Paseos Verdes and some of our other partners in the immediate area. So staff is actively looking for those funding and resources.
Thank you, Natalie. I appreciate that. I just think it's important that we diversify as much as we can and tap into those federal dollars. Thankful to the Amador, right, that has been able to do that. And so I just know that I see quite a few grants available from federal government that could assist us. And I know I often feel like we're strapped, or the city's strapped, in terms of staffing and FTEs in order to make some of this happen. And I think, like you said, so many things have to fall in place, but that's also a piece of that. I want to go into some of the presentation that Officer Clement did related to case law, or you've mentioned the 9th and 10th Circuit. And so I'm really, this is to our attorney. I think it's important that the public is aware of why it's just not that simple to pick people up that are panhandling and or sleeping on the sidewalk and such. And I think it's important. So, Jennifer, will you please help us explain this, reminding us what we have to be very mindful of?
Thank you, Mayor and Council. My name is Jennifer Vega. I'm the city attorney. Without getting into specifics, and of course I don't want to provide any legal advice on the record, I will generally talk about two very important cases, one in particular, and that would be Martin versus City of Boise. And there was also another case that, the name is escaping me right now, same, City of Boise. They were both out of the 9th Circuit. One of them was denied cert at the United States Supreme Court, so we're kind of stuck with what the 9th Circuit determined. And there was, in those cases, a city was arresting and citing individuals for sleeping in public spaces. The challenge that was received was an 8th Amendment challenge. Although there's some very technical things that happened procedurally. It was remanded back. There was a circuit with the United States Supreme Court denied cert, but then it was remanded back, and then there's it gets a little complicated, but essentially the court basically said that unless a city has adequate and sufficient housing available or beds available, you cannot relocate. But they didn't define what adequate and sufficient means. And so that means that there has to be an equal number of beds available for an equal number of homeless people. That's a very difficult thing to count. How do you even achieve that? But also it means other things as well. It means that individuals cannot be turned away for any reason, and that even it cannot be incongruous with religious beliefs. It cannot be limited as to disability or family status or things like that. So it's not very easy just to move people from a public place. You have to have a place to take them. I will say that the city of Las Cruces was recognized, at least in a couple of research articles that I found, with another city in the United States, for having a successful program to relocate individuals. So the city of Las Cruces, I think, is doing very well. But we do have to be very careful about criminalizing homelessness because of that constitutional challenge. I don't know what would happen in the 10th Circuit. I don't know if it would be challenged further. I think a lot of jurisdictions are just as confused because we're really not left with a whole lot of guidance from the 9th Circuit, but that's something to keep in mind. It isn't something that is very easily dealt with. I think the city is moving in a very good direction, and as long as we proceed with caution, I think it would be okay.
Thank you for that, Jennifer. I appreciate that. So with that said, Natalie, and in the area that you spoke of where the brewer oil is, where we've recently purchased. I know that we spoke of, Mayor, and you've made mention of this, related to the possibility of adding a place there where our homeless population could be directed. Where are we at with that, or have there been discussions, and what would that mean in terms of Camp Hope, and would Community Hope help us navigate that and as an option for our homeless?
Mr. Mayor, Mayor Pro Temp, staff would have to evaluate that. Again, we're about to start construction on the Horse and Hound property, so I'd have some safety concerns. And again, as Jennifer mentioned, we cannot necessarily relocate people. They have autonomy, personal autonomy. Relocation gets a little bit sketchy, so while we can recommend or notify people about the campus and its resources, I haven't asked Nicole, but I'll be happy to purchase additional business cards that have the map of the campus and provide those both to the council and community members who request it, so we can hand some of those business cards out. And then we can look at what it would look like to potentially do another encampment. But I'd like to defer to Nicole a little bit because, again, we have a sanctioned encampment. So my guess is that the people who are not necessarily accessing services know about the campus and are choosing not to. But I just want to confirm if I can put her on the spot.
She hung out close because she knew there would be questions.
Yes.
Hi, Ned. Hi.
Nicole Martinez. Mr. Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem Gandara. Yeah, this isn't a discussion that we've had in depth. I have heard that it has come up as an option. It's definitely something I would want to have more in-depth discussions about, especially as we've been discussing the master plan and utilizing that property for housing. Since it's my understanding, part of that parcel was purchased using housing trust fund money, so there has to be housing there. And then looking at other expansion opportunities in other ways. So ultimately, what it would also come down to is capacity issues for Community of Hope to bring on another encampment, and one that is working with people with likely severe mental health issues or substance use issues. And while we work with the population in general, it would just take a lot more planning and a lot more supportive services wrapped around that type of a service. So I understand that there's still a huge need for helping our folks on the streets that aren't accessing services at Community of Hope, but again, it would just take a lot more planning and partnership to consider something like that.
Thank you, Nicole. Can you describe for us Camp Hope, sort of rules, governing body, those things that are essential, right, to making it what it is today, trying to be as safe as we can as we house our homeless there. Can you talk a little bit about that?
Sure. Mayor Pro Tem Gandara, when we started Camp Hope, it was because we knew that there was a need. This wasn't an initiative that came from anywhere else. We weren't given a bunch of money and said, go come up with something new and neat. We just said, we need to do something. We have a lot of people sleeping on our property that wasn't legal at the time, and so this was, former Director Pamela Angel decided to approach the city with some of the people who had been sleeping outside and said, could we start a tent city? Could we do something just through the winter? And then again, as I became the director, we immediately saw how helpful that was to keep people close to us and shelter. And because it didn't come with any funding, HUD, our federal government, nor our state nor city government fund tent cities. So we've had to come up with really innovative ways to do fundraising to keep Camp Hope and to keep operating it. And we've been dedicated to doing that. We know it would be a huge disservice to not only our community, but most importantly our clients that we're serving there if we did decide to disband it. Therefore, we continue to operate it, and we have done it in a model where we have, I do have one staff who is dedicated to working at Camp Hope, Jeanette Christensen here in the audience today. While I do have our camp coordinator here, she meets with people, does an intake. She works with other referring agencies to try to transition people in there. She goes over rules with them. The rules are made in conjunction with the clients who are staying there. They have weekly meetings about the goings-on at Camp Hope, what's working, what's not working. But we have other staff that have constant eyes on the camp as well. So let's say Jeanette brings in John to the camp. Then she talks to John. She finds out how long he's been homeless. Let's say he has a disability. Then to her, she knows that this client is eligible for permanent supportive housing. Could go into rapid rehousing as well, but permanent supportive housing would probably be a better option. So then she knows which staff to go talk to about that. She refers that client then to our housing caseworker in permanent supportive housing. They begin to meet, and so she's, that staff person will then be going to the camp to meet with that person. It's also right behind my building. I, venture out there occasionally as well, but most of the time, Camp Hope is governed by the residents themselves. There is an elected camp manager who is a resident that the clients who are staying there elect that person, and then Community of Hope staff approves or disapproves whoever wants that lovely position. And they help to bring new residents in. They help to do incident reports. They do requisition, anything, we're low on tents, we need tarps. So they're there to help manage the camp for us until we are ultimately able to house them as well, and then train somebody new into that position. We don't have staff at Camp Hope on the weekends or after hours, so in those cases it's completely autonomous and self-governing. And our commitment has been, as long as Camp Hope continues to meet the need and the residents make it work, then they have our commitment that we'll continue to operate it.
Thank you, Nicole. How many, what is the capacity there?
We can have up to 50 people. We have 45 tent pad sites. And when we originally designed it was because we had several couples, and so we had 2 people in a tent. So we really only had space for the 45 tent pad sites, and then up to 6 vehicles. We have found that because of the way that we work Camp Hope, that keeping it capped somewhere between 35 and 40 has sort of been the magic number for us. Right now we do have 44, so we're a little over that number. And during COVID, when our partner shelter shut down, we expanded to 50 immediately just to bring more people, not into close contact, but into shelter during the time when they couldn't access it anywhere else. So we can have up to 50, but it just turns into sort of how much is our resident manager, camp manager able to take on and residents coexist with.
Thank you so much, Nicole. Very helpful. Thank you. We've talked a lot about adults, and I'm interested in hearing about children and youth, and I know we have FYI Plus here. Really would like the public, at one time, years ago, even before pre-COVID, they've identified like 700 plus children, right, are near homeless and are homeless. And so I want to hear from those folks that work specifically with our youth and to address that and our waiting list and what you're seeing from that particular cohort. Hello?
Hello. Mr. Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, my name is Jenica Bustamante, and I am the housing manager for FYI's housing programs. And I think that what we see a lot, we have 2 different operational programs right now. One of them being My Friend's Place, and that has been operational now for a little bit over 3 years. We have experienced some barriers just related to COVID and related to high behavioral needs and mental health needs of our young people. But somehow we've managed to continue its operation and offer shelter services to young people really from all over the state. They're not just from Doña County. We see young people from Taos, Santa Fe, Albuquerque, Bernalillo, Roswell, and we are trying our best to just keep it providing that service to them that they really need.
Because of our COVID impact, we have had to lessen our numbers. And so we've lessened our numbers, but the amount of young people in our state that are needing shelter services remains the same, if not just a little bit higher. And so through that process, we were able to advocate for another program, which is our Transitional Living Program for Young Adults, which targets young people between the ages of 16 and a half to 23, which was very helpful in closing the gap to some of those services, because what we also see is young people who are 17 and a half, 18, either aging out of foster care or just turning 18 in general, are experiencing a lack of support in the housing sector. There's not many places that they can seek for housing, just like a regular lease agreement. And so this program was developed really from that need. We have the capacity currently right now for up to 10 young people in that program, and we're working through some other things to be able to expand with our on-site model, which will be able to have a maximum of 12 young people in the program, which would make our total around 20. And so right now we have 6 young people in the program, and more than half of those people or young people are parents. And so when we have young parents, we put them in a home that is for them and their children, so they don't have any other roommates, and that lowers our ability to offer more spaces to more people in need. And so those are some of the challenges and barriers that we experience with our young people. I don't know, do you have any other questions?
No, thank you. Unless others, Jolene, do you have anything else to add? I know I've basically taken over, but this is super important to me. And
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Pro Tem Gandara, my name is Jolene Martinez. I'm the Chief Operations Officer for Families and Youth Innovations Plus. One of the things Natalie mentioned around adding behavioral and mental health supports to these housing programs, one of the things that's really challenging in New Mexico is that tenancy support is not on the Medicaid waiver in New Mexico. So any services that you would provide to someone who has mental or behavioral health issues, anything to help them support their housing, maintain it, find new housing, find employment, any life skills, life capacity building, none of that is billable to Medicaid, where in many other states it is. And that's how many states operate permanent supportive housing programs. So even for our permanent supportive housing program, even though we are a behavioral health agency, we provide that service really through a grant, a case management grant, because we're not able to bill that service through Medicaid. And that is an issue for any future permanent supportive housing program in New Mexico, because really a majority of New Mexicans, up to 90%, who consume behavioral health services are Medicaid participants. So that's a real institutional challenge for us, is getting the right behavioral health and mental health supports funded, reimbursed, and billed. So that's a challenge as you guys think about moving forward. I agree with Natalie in us making a strategic effort to ask for that to be added to the Medicaid waiver. I believe the state makes those additions once every 2 years. And so it'd be something that we should really come together as a community and advocate for. We've asked for it multiple times, and really they haven't done the data or collected the information necessary to support that kind of addition to the waiver.
thank you, Ms. Martinez. Maybe we can do a resolution, Mayor, that helps support that here for the city of Las Cruces now to the legislature. Thank you. Thank you. That concludes my line of questioning.
Okay. Thank you. Councilor Bencomo.
Thanks,
Councilor
Mayor.
Flores.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Mayor Pro Tem, for those great questions. Yes, this issue is, I think, incredibly important to everyone on this council, and I just think it's really important for the public to understand that. And I honestly couldn't be more grateful for you, Natalie, and for everyone you brought here today, the presentation that you've given us, and certainly for Nicole Martinez and Mr. Officer Klimek, FYI, and literally everybody. I think it's incredibly important that we have public discussions like this. And as Nicole always tells me, you know, for every person that you see experiencing homelessness, you don't see the 10 other people we're housing. And I feel like it's such an important conversation to be having. And, you know, when I talk about building budgets that reflect the challenges of our community, which I talk about often, and building budgets that are like moral documents that tell our community this is what we value and this is what we invest in. This is what I mean. And even your ask here for, you know, expanding support for the responding department at the city, and ensuring that there's adequate staffing, to me that is part of those budget conversations. And, you know, we have a state, a land grant permanent fund that has billions of dollars. And we have a Teleshore fund that is millions of dollars that, frankly, I don't think we use strategically or enough of in ways that make really meaningful impacts in our community, especially when it comes to these kinds of issues, especially when it comes to people who are already experiencing homelessness, but certainly for families who are on the verge. And you all advocates know better than anybody what little it takes for someone to end up in a place of experiencing homelessness. And so, you know, I only want to get on that soapbox for a little bit, but because the budget retreat is next week, to me, you know, I harp on this all the time about how are we building budgets that reflect the challenges of our community. And this, to me, is one of those biggest challenges that I think we should be investing significant amounts of money on. Natalie, speaking of funding, where do you see the biggest funding opportunities to be? Right, I mentioned the Teleshore Fund. I think you mentioned, of course, the State Housing Trust. I know there's many advocates who are hoping that the GO bonds are a vehicle for some of this investment. Where do you see some of those other funding opportunities? Because Natalie, when you say my goal is 500 units in 3 years, I want to say, well, then our goal needs to be, how are we going to help you fund it? So I'm curious if you can tell us more about funding opportunities.
So can I just say yes to all of those? Mr. Mayor, Councilor Brincomo, the Teleshore Fund is definitely a potential source. It does allow us to use the funding for affordable housing. The state, ARPA right now, the state of New Mexico got ARPA and the city got ARPA. Again, that also focuses primarily, or it calls out capital investment in particular for disproportionately advantaged members of our community and affordable housing. The state there's several bills at the state level to allocate a significant amount of those ARPA state dollars to the Housing Trust Fund. So when I'm asking for the $25 million, I'm really only asking for leveraging funding. Because that $25 million will leverage another $100 million investment in our city. When we did Desert Hope, the city provided $700,000, and that was a $6 million investment in our community. The GEO bond certainly is. I'll make a pitch for marijuana revenue if it ever comes. But staff is willing to be as creative as council is in financing these developments and partnering with our developers. We're working to build their capacity. For a very long time, we had maybe 2 developers. Again, we're in talks with 3 others, so I'm hoping to get at least 6 affordable housing developers in Las Cruces. And I just want to emphasize that the affordable housing developers are a little bit different than your regular for-profit developers. Under the New Mexico anti-donation, staff can only work and the city can only provide investment for developers whose mission is affordable housing and who's a designated qualified grantee. Again, some of those MRAs provide some opportunity to do some investment with not just nonprofits. Metropolitan redevelopment areas are also an exception to the anti-donation. So staff really is considering a multi-pronged approach. And I think I've shared this before. I never just put all my eggs in one basket. I always have a backup plan. So beyond this plan, I have other plans too.
That's a great list, Natalie. Thank you. And I honestly, yes, I fully support having a conversation about the tax revenue that will come from cannabis sales. So I really appreciate that. Because you brought up developers, Natalie, I also wanted to ask you about capacity challenges. So we could build. On the other side of that, do you find that there are capacity issues in terms of who then is running those facilities and supporting people? Like Desert Hope has, a very clear supportive environment and so yeah, capacity challenges.
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Bencomo, there are some potential for capacity challenges. Staff is working with a number of nonprofits. In fact, one of the developers actually asked for a particular list of nonprofits to partner with in their latest senior development. So my hope is to make those connections to help build those supportive services, right? If the developer can set aside a portion of their operating expense, or not their operating expenses, but their revenue from the rents to help build in those supportive services on the front end, we want to explore that process and make sure that we're not overwhelming our nonprofits, but they're also able to potentially get some revenue to help support those things, especially in light of what Jolene mentioned, how it's not billable to Medicaid.
Yep, absolutely. Thank you for that. I actually did have a question for Officer Klimek as well. Thank you, Officer Klimek. I hadn't seen you in such a long time. It's great to see you. You mentioned protective custody, and this may not belong here, but because you brought it up, I wanted to ask you in terms of, are you not taking, is the triage center not an option for folks who, especially homeless folks who you're picking up to take, who you then put in protective custody to take them to the triage center?
If they are suicidal, which is, Mr. Mayor and Councilor, if they are suicidal or so heavily intoxicated that they can't care for themselves, those are the two scenarios where we have to take them by state law into protective custody, which means they go to emergency room and then they go from there to be committed mental health services or whatever. By comparison, the triage center is someone who is homeless, very intoxicated, new to town, whatever their condition is, it's very cold out, hot or whatever. We can take them there. There's no criminal charges pending for them. They're in crisis, but they're not a harm to themselves. They're not violent. So it's not a safety concern for the staff at the triage center.
Okay. Just in conversations with them, and perhaps I may be speaking out of turn, and I think this is why I think it's so important that we invite them for a work session like this as well, it is my understanding that, they would take some of those individuals, and that if, you take some folks to the ER, they might be there for a couple hours and then back on the street, right? And the triage center, even though it's voluntary as well, just has a really different environment than an ER. Right now, it's like the last place you want to be. But I think the triage centers just has a really different environment. But I also want to make sure that, yes, that they have the capacity to take in folks who are elevated.
Yeah, that's a great point. I talked to them. I called them before, in preparation for the meeting today, and they will try to either plug them into services directly or refer them to services. So you're right, they do go way above and beyond what an emergency room will do when they are dealing with all kinds of other things. So you're absolutely right.
Thank you, Officer Klimek. I appreciate that. Those are my only questions. I guess I just will say that I definitely absolutely support staying very far away from the criminalizing of homelessness. I don't think those are long-term solutions that will work for anybody. And frankly, the detention center currently is the largest provider of mental health services, and that is just completely shameful. And I will also just say that Natalie mentioned several initiatives in her presentation that we are actively discussing in the Housing Policy Review Committee. And just the other day, I talked to some staff about including in the infill policy revision in our transportation sustainability and infrastructure? Did I say infrastructure? TSI PRC as well. And so just for the public to know and for advocates here to know that a lot of these pieces that we talked about here today are actively being discussed. But they're not simple. They're not simple because we could have very severe consequences for people's lives. And we want to take the time to build out good policy that makes sense and that we speak to experts about it. So I just wanted to say that many of these pieces are being discussed and hopefully will come to the entire council soon. Thanks again, Natalie, and thanks for everyone who came here today.
Thank you, Councilor. Councilor Flores.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And thank you, Natalie, and thank you, Nicole, and my bestie, Jolene Martinez. Anyway, that Bezos money fund that you received, how much was it? I mean, there was something on the screen that showed that Bezos made a contribution, and how much was it?
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Flores, I'm going to defer to Nicole on that, since they were the direct recipient of that funding.
Oh, they were the recipient. Did you submit for the, did you apply for that,
Yes,
Nicole?
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Flores, I received an invitation, unsolicited, to apply for this grant. It's through the Bezos Foundation, and it's to assist specifically homeless families. And so when they asked if I would like to apply, I said, of course. We applied, and 32 agencies across the nation were awarded 2.5, well, they were all fluctuating, but up to 2.5 million.
And how much did you receive?
2.5.
You received 2.5 million. Is it renewable and no?
It is not renewable. It's a 4-year grant. It was transferred, unsurprisingly, I'm sure, through stock. So there was a bit of a drop, and that ended up being $2.3 million in cash to Community of Hope for the next 4 years.
So it's allocated over a 4-year period?
Yes.
And how was, I'm just curious, how did you use that money? How did you?
We just received the money in the last several months. And so we started interviewing process to bring somebody on board to specifically operate this grant. But in the meantime, my staff were not patient enough, so they've already been housing families, knowing that the funding was coming through. And so we've been actively engaged in utilizing the funds for at least the last month.
Okay. So this is just a windfall. It came out of nowhere, and it's not something that can be relied upon in the future unless, it was just a windfall.
Yes, our hope is that we utilize this funding so well with our partners in our community that we get our numbers as low as we did when we were working with veteran homelessness, so that as we do have families experiencing homelessness, if the numbers are low enough that they can be absorbed into existing Community of Hope grants, FYI housing opportunities, and any other partnerships that are willing to work with us in the next few years.
Great. And then Nicole, as far as health services, are there any, do you work in conjunction with providers? Like, because I imagine if there wasn't mental illness before becoming homeless, there probably is manifestation just out of frustration or whatever, where you're hitting a wall all the time, where mental health issues do surface. So do you work closely with any organizations where referrals are made, or are there any conditions that attach to people being residents there in regards to behavioral health?
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Flores, we do partner with a lot of behavioral health service providers, especially Amador Health Center, who sits right on our campus. They have on-site therapy. We also have a grant from Behavioral Health Services Division to provide our own mental health therapy on-site for veterans, any veterans experiencing homelessness or who we've transitioned to housing. No stipulations with those grants. But we also have another grant, the Linkages Grant, and that is provided through New Mexico Mortgage Finance Authority and BHSD, where we are the housing administrator, and we have to be be partnering with mental health providers. So a client has to have severe mental health issues. So they're accessing services at two so far qualified agencies to work under that grant, which is La Clínica de Familia and Amador Health Center. And so that grant does have stipulations that they have to be receiving the mental health services in order to access the housing. But we're as flexible as we can be with that grant and trying to make sure that people are getting the services they need and for their behavioral health.
Right, and then, thank you for that, and that's great. And do you track outcomes?
Mayor and Councilor Flores, we do track outcomes. It depends on which grant it is and what we need to be tracking, but we absolutely do, which for many of our grants is the only reason we continue to have the grants at renewal time, because we meet the benchmarks that are required, the outcomes that we need to prove.
And I know this is a difficult assessment, I'm sure, but do you personally, anecdotally speaking, see successful outcomes for your residents or your clients, as you call them?
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Flores, this week marks 16 years I've been at Community of Hope, and I can tell you I wouldn't be there if I didn't see successes. That would be pretty tragic, but absolutely, on a daily basis, to see not only successes with the residents that we are serving and all the clients coming in, but also just the huge successes and the wins for the staff who work so hard to make sure that those successes are happening.
Great, and then that's something that I think would be good for our community, because we, as city councilors, I don't think any one of us, and the mayor, and I'm sure departments too, directly, we receive emails of frustration from residents who don't understand this, and they don't understand homelessness and mental health issues, and think, it's just something either you can turn your back on, or, just push those people, just to the outskirts of the city, which is terrible, a terrible way to, look at the situation. So hearing what you've just said would be, I think, really helpful for people to understand how hard you're working, and everybody in this room who works and cares about homelessness and people. We have to look at the Telshore Fund. We really have to look at how much of that. I think that we can probably look at mental health more than anything, because the purpose of the Telshore Fund, if I recall correctly, should be used for health issues. And it looks like Natalie said that it's used for housing, and I'm not sure that it's really, I don't know. Mr. Mayor, you're the one that's most familiar, I think, with the Telshore Fund, or perhaps our city attorney, Vega Brown. But isn't the Telshore Fund used exclusively for health issues or health-related issues?
So, if I may, so Councilor, in 2004, when the city and county leased the hospital to LifePoint, they gave us each $20 million apiece, and the public was really concerned because there was no any type of how can I say, any type of requirements, it was totally unencumbered. And so we pledged to them that we would use it for healthcare related needs. And so we've been able to parlay that into, as Councilor Bencomo says, and I don't know, of course it's public information, but I don't like to just say it out loud because there's people who are listening and they try to sue us all the time. So we've been pretty fortunate in bringing that money out quite a bit.
I just wanted to clarify that insofar as the use of those
However,
funds.
I will say this. We earn anywhere from 6 to 8% return, and it's a little concerning. And so lately what the city has done is go out to help those who do want to use, because a lot of times they can, a company can find 90% grants to do affordable housing, but they can't come up with that 10%. So we've been lending them the 10% at a very low interest rate, let's say 3% return, which is good, because that starts moving away some of our monies because theoretically in the market. So if something was to happen, we could lose it. But this way here, not only do we get even though it may be half of what we're making right now, but it's guaranteed. Plus, we're able to help these nonprofits, specifically the Housing Authority or any of the other TRs, so get off the ground and provide that affordable housing. So if we start going into the corpus and just start spending that without getting a return, we'll lose it soon, pretty quick.
And Mayor, if I can just add, Councilor Flores, that the issue of homelessness is absolutely a public health concern.
Mr. Mayor?
I don't disagree with that. I think that that's what we have to address openly for people to understand, because I'm getting questions about the use of the funds on the Telshore Fund. And so I agree with that 100%, because as I said, if you didn't have any mental health issues before you were homeless, I mean, and I always think about the time, I got sick of my roommates in college and had to sleep on couches, for about a month before I could afford to get a place. And that's why I'm nuts. See, that's what I want you to understand, Natalie. You have to understand that and Benito. But seriously.
Flores, Mr. Mayor, Councilor Flores, I will read the definition for the health-related public services just to clear that up. And then I did want to note, Leanne's already mentioned this, but she is planning a strategic plan around the use of the Telshore Fund. So I won't steal her thunder, but just for clarification, the Telshore Fund is to be used to support the continued physical, mental, developmental, emotional, and social well-being, safety, and housing needs of City of Las Cruces residents, and to improve the lives of sick, indigent, or low-income people in the City of Las Cruces. So public services and housing are both eligible uses.
Great. Thank you so much, Natalie, and I'm glad that's on the record. So I also wanted to know whether I don't know if Nicole would know this better than you do, but the veterans, doesn't the Veterans Administration contribute to anything related to veterans, or are you tapping? Is it possible, or?
Absolutely. Mr. Mayor, Councilor Flores, we do have a grant that's from the VA. It's called Supportive Services for Veteran Families. And so we are able to utilize that funding to provide supportive services. I have a program manager, I have a healthcare navigator, and somebody who does Social Security disability benefits with our veterans through that grant. It also assists with operations for Community of Hope, transportation, as well as some short-term limited rental assistance, and also some shallow subsidies for veterans. So we definitely are tapping into the VA, which has been very helpful. We've been utilizing those funds since 2014.
Wow, that's great. Thank you so much, Natalie, and thank you very much, Nicole, and thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Flores, I do want to bring up the Oak Street Apartments. It's a partnership between the Mesilla Valley Community Hope and the Mesilla Valley Public Housing Authority, and city staff has allocated CDBG funding for the renovation of that facility.
Okay, we have a Councilor Beta-Stuvi has a question.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Natalie. Thank you, Officer Clements, and thank you to our community partners for being here today and for all the work that you've done with our community. I think we've had a very robust conversation today, so I'll be very quick with my question, but I just wanted to touch upon actually our previous work session item as we look at Realize Las Cruces, and I'm not sure if you've participated in given comments on different areas that we also need to address within our land code as we look at these types of projects as well.
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Stuvi, Realize Las Cruces has been very proactive about including affordable housing and housing staff in the entire process. So we have been very vocal about some of the needs. We do an affordable housing plan that looks specifically at zoning and land use and density, and so they've incorporated all of those suggestions out of that affordable housing plan. Again, staff will continue to advocate for accessory dwelling units or casitas, or even that missing middle housing type. That in itself, even without subsidy, is generally affordable to families. So, and Realize Las Cruces has included that, and they're aware of those. So they're doing an excellent job.
Okay, thank you very much, and thank you, Mayor.
Okay, so let me ask you, first let me just say, Natalie, I think you did a fantastic job, great presentation. But I probably need to ask a couple questions of Nicole. Yeah. So Nicole, the plan that's been laid out is excellent. I'm very impressed with it, and I know that your heart's in, that's why you do such a great job. And I think I'm just going to guess that we're talking probably 80% of the people that are homeless that want to try to help themselves and get out of that. I want to talk about maybe the other portion. I want to talk about, and I'm going to have to ask the officers also some questions. The ones that, and I think, well, let me just back up. When they come into your office or Camp Hope, do you ask them where they come from?
Mr. Mayor, we do ask where they come from on the intake form.
And what would you say is, are they a lot of them from here, a lot of them from other cities, things of that nature? I mean, can you give me just a it doesn't have to be extremely accurate, just a ballpark of, do they come from other cities in New Mexico? Do they come from, Phoenix, Tucson? I don't know, something like that.
We do have people that come from other communities and other states. I'd say that the majority of the people that we serve are people that reside in Las Cruces. We have many people that have been here for quite some time that are accessing services, but we also have first-time people experiencing homelessness that are finally coming into Community of Hope and accessing services. And the data nationally suggests that people who are experiencing homelessness are experiencing it in the communities in where they are. So we don't see a lot of people that are necessarily, Googling where to go. We do, but while we see that the internet is so much more accessible, it makes sense that we would have more people researching and looking for places that are more inclusive for people experiencing homelessness. But we're limited capacity. So as we get people that ask us, do you have room at Camp Hope? We're coming from here or from there. Then we say you really should look at the services in your own community. Do what you can, because we likely don't have room at Camp Hope. Our housing can sometimes take a long time to get into if you're low on the waiting list for that. Public Housing Authority list is also can be lengthy to access that. So I wouldn't say, there has been a lot of fear or that communities experience that, if you build it, they will come. That was something that we had a lot of pushback, like with Camp Hope. But again, we're at 44 people, and the people that we serve, yes, while we're along major transportation highway veins, we do have people that come to Las Cruces, but many of them either move on or decide to get services somewhere else. But we try to divert as many people as we can, but a lot of them are actually from here.
Okay, so as you know, back in September, I, along with with KVIA, visited some homeless people. I was able to talk to about 5 of them. Well, one of them took off, but I was able to talk to, of the remaining 4 of them. And 3 of them had some really issues that I thought could be addressed. And I'm not going to, you know their names, I know their names. They gave me all their information. 2 of them really had problems or situations with Social Security office. I mean, they were legitimate. We had the conversation, and then one just needed an ID from the state. So I contacted Lieutenant Governor regarding the state, and he said we could try to work some type of a task force if we needed to. And so my question is, and you recall those people who, the information, if they were to be interviewed today, I don't know if they're still out there, would they say that they've been helped?
Absolutely, Mr. Mayor.
They've got their Social Security, whatever it is that they were looking for. Because, one of them, he goes, I can't leave because I have all my stuff here and I can't move it. Little did he know that the Social Security office right now isn't open. You have to have an appointment. So they've been addressed?
Mr. Mayor, we have very close contact with Social Security. In fact, our Telshore Health-Related Public Services grant is to assist people experiencing homelessness with applying for Social Security disability, because along with that comes health care provisions for them as well as income. And so we do have streamlined accesses to Social Security. But also, our caseworkers are very well versed in helping people with getting IDs, birth certificates, accessing Social Security, and my staff have informed me and kept me updated as to the progress that they have made with the clients. Again, those are 3 out of the 100 that we are talking to and doing case management with on a daily basis. But because I know you're particularly interested in those 3, yes, please know that we have made contact with them, that we have addressed all the issues that they've had, and have helped them make progress with those issues.
That's great news. I have one other that I'd like to address, and I think Councilor Flores was touching on it a little bit, and I'd like to kind of expand on it if I may. So when you have Camp Hope and you have 2011 to 2021, looks like you've helped a total of 1,584 people, 1,584.
Correct.
If I just take that by 10, that's 158, an average. So of that 158, how many have transitioned back to, to a different, back to maybe their old life or close to it, or what percent would you say?
We do track if people are exiting when we can. Sometimes people just leave, and so we don't know. So we don't have a perfect picture of the data of when people just leave Camp Hope. But when we can, if we know it's somebody that's transitioning into our housing programs, then we're collecting that data. Or if we are collecting if they have self-resolved. And I believe that information is on our website. I don't have that particular data memorized. I can get that to you, but we have several clients that do transition out. And I know that also alludes to perhaps a picture of success. But I would also just like to suggest that we think that success is keeping people safe and secure and close to services, as opposed to, the 2 people that we are reminded on an almost daily basis are sleeping in our downtown plaza. So I know that I would assume that we would think that on an average 150 people sleeping at Camp Hope is a benefit to the community and to the clients who are there. We'd love to see all of them transition into their own apartments, either on their own or through programs, be it through Community of Hope or, again, La Clinica or FYI. Or the Housing Authority. And unfortunately, it's not 100% of people that transition into housing. That's one measure of success, though.
And don't get me wrong, I mean, one of the reasons why I'm asking is what other ways can we help so that they do transition? It's one thing to help them, even if it's a short fix, but another is to get them moving in their previous direction. And granted, these I think are people who want to be helped. I know there's some that aren't, that don't. Okay, so you don't have a percentage approximately, just 10%, 15, 20, 30?
I don't have a percentage.
Okay.
But again,
Oh, yeah, if you can get back to me, that would be great.
Sure.
Well, those are the only questions I had for you, so now I'm going to ask one of the officers. Thank you, Nicole. So, Officer, as I was mentioning, I'm going to talk about probably what I think is around 20% who, maybe they are okay with that lifestyle. But what's not okay is when they come into a business, they harass the employee calls the police, then they leave, right? And then after the police leave, then they come back again. And then I have pictures, I have videos of homeless people who are breaking windows, like you mentioned, going inside, doing all kinds of things, totally disrespecting property. Now, that's not right. Now, I agree. I don't want to see us arrest someone just because they're homeless. But that's one thing. But the one person, the homeless people who have total disregard for another person's property, that's not right. They to damage that, sometimes try to start little fires or do whatever they're trying to do. What can the public do? What can they expect the police department to do about that?
Mr. Mayor, every individual has a different story, a different condition that puts them in a homeless situation, substance abuse, mental illness, so forth. And our contacts, especially the officers that are working with the homeless, is more than just taking enforcement action, get your stuff and move on. I ask them, where are you from? How long have you been on the street? Why are you on the street? So it's almost like an interview, and people are surprisingly very open. Some don't want to talk to me and tell me to beat it, but most people are actually open and willing to talk about what gets them onto the street.
I guess I should have asked you a specific question. If the business owner has the information, the pictures, the video of the perpetrator, and you guys can see them, is that enough for you to take them in or do whatever you need to do?
Yes, we'd conduct an investigation like we would for anything. Download the video, take a look at it, interview witnesses, and take enforcement action if that's the right way to go. And again, I'll point out that we need to have someone that's willing to pursue charges. We are a police agency, and we have to balance the responsibility for the homeless and the citizen, the business owner, homeowner, whatever. So we would conduct an investigation like any other thing and take enforcement action as appropriate.
Yeah. And please, the questions I'm going to ask you, I can't thank you and your brothers and sisters and the Las Cruces Police Department and the Las Cruces Fire Department for all that you do for our community. As I tell the chief often, I couldn't do your job, not even just for a few hours. I'd be watching the clock ready to, But I have a question for you. Is it unlawful for a person to ride a bike on the sidewalk?
No.
It's not?
An electric bike, you cannot ride on the sidewalk, but you can ride a human-powered bicycle on a sidewalk.
Okay, so let's take the electric bike. The first time I ever saw anyone spend the night in the street was in 1995 in Washington, D.C. And I was just recently there, and I still see them. But I never see them on the sidewalk. I never see a tent, and maybe they're fall on a different circuit. But, what do I tell? I don't know, I'll probably talk to our city attorney here. What do I tell someone who uses a motorized scooter or to go to work, which I know a few, and they can't get past unless they have to go through the street because someone's sleeping on the sidewalk?
There is an ordinance for obstructing movement on a sidewalk, and you could cite them or just try to get voluntary compliance.
Yeah. That's what we need to do. I'm sorry, but we're having too much of that. And that's not right, because that affects people who are either trying to walk, maybe they're on a walker, they're on a motorized scooter, and yes, it's unfortunate, but if they want to move to the private property, and if the person wants to let them, okay, well, what can we do? But I don't think that we should continue to allow people to sleep on the sidewalk. I don't think that's right, and I don't think it's safe. And I think it impedes someone be able to go to their destination. I mean, why does the homeless person have more rights than the person who's just trying to go through the sidewalk?
Mr. Mayor, the issue that I've received a lot lately has been in the downtown mall area where the person's actually sleeping in a doorway of a business that's closed or unoccupied and not actually on the sidewalk. So I go back to the discussion earlier where I would need to have a responsible party to say, hey, this is my business, this is my property, I want you to issue a trespass warning, take enforcement action, or just get them on their way, whatever. But yes, I haven't seen where they're actually impeding traffic on a sidewalk.
Yeah, no, I've seen a few on Solano, and I keep waiting and they've eventually just moved. I just figured, okay, I'm sure someone will go the next day, and then the next day turns the next day, and But so let me ask you this: let's say a business, can they be proactive and just say, okay, I'm at 1, 2, 3, 4 Main Street here, and I'm giving you express authority to, when you see someone trespassing on my property, just to remove them?
Yes.
Okay, good.
And if it's an open field or yard or something, it helps to post a no trespassing sign. But yes, you can do that.
Yeah. Well, that's the only questions I have of you. Thank you, and I appreciate it. Again, thank you for all that you do for our community. So, Jennifer, when you talked about you cited those cases and it talked about adequate and sufficient housing. So you're saying that if we provide them a place for them to, I mean, they're not sleeping in a house to begin with. And are you interpreting that the court is saying that we have to provide them some type of housing, even though they're not in housing right now?
Mayor and council, it's a complicated issue. There are certain things that have to be considered. There are a lot of jurisdictions that are struggling with this because of the way that it can be interpreted, which is left up to further litigation. But one of the issues is that you have to consider whether a person has available housing and if they are rejecting that housing. But how do you determine if they're rejecting available housing? You don't know that, but you can't count that. You don't have to count that in part of your numbers of available beds. Another consideration that some courts have found is that the housing has to be available. Is it a 24-hour period or is it just overnight period? If it's 24-hour period, there are a lot of shelters that are not open for 24 hours. So does that count as an available housing if they're not open for 24 hours? That's another thing that is left up to interpretation, and we have to determine how to best navigate that. So there are many, many things that have to be considered. What is certain is that there is a progeny of cases that have determined that certain things that are considered to be punishment for homelessness cannot be cited. People cannot be arrested for those things. That can include several things. It can include sleeping in public places. It can include urinating in public. It can include public intoxication. These are things that are determined to be, you're punishing somebody for the condition of homelessness, and we have to be very careful in how we treat that and how we treat people. It's not just a matter of having an available bed, because now we have to think, okay, if it's an available bed, how do we make it available? If there are any rules, for example, if a person has a substance abuse problem and the only available spaces are places that have rules that you cannot use illegal substances in these places, that person has an addiction, now you're limiting their access. So does that count as having an available bed? So there are just many factors that we would have to carefully consider in any policy and any policy implementation. We have to look at everything very carefully and try to navigate how best to serve that population.
Yeah, I hear you, Jennifer, and I'm not saying that we should criminalize homelessness. I just think that if we provide them, and I appreciate the hard work and effort that's been gone into Natalie's renditions or drawings, but the fact remains is if we gave basic shelter that's right next to all these other services that we provide, which very few cities, I'm sure you know very well that very few cities like us provide the services that we provide. And if we have this, I guess what I'm trying to say is it's getting out of hand. It really is. I mean, I'm sorry. It's amazing if you guys haven't received your emails, which I'm sure you have to. I mean, I get them. We get them every day. And it seems like, and I know COVID obviously accelerated it, but I also think it has something to do with Social Security because they just can't get their money. I mean, it just seems like every city has experienced this. How can it all of a sudden just happen? I think the common denominator is Social Security. And so I like these plans that we have for the future. We're always going to have homelessness, and we have to be prepared for it. That's what I appreciate Community of Hope doing. But I'm focusing on the ones that take advantage and are doing things and violating, causing criminal damage to property, breaking windows, trying to steal things. That's not right. And I mean, it's one thing to help someone who's down on their luck and try to get them back up. Sure, we'll help them all day long. But when you have someone who is so disrespectful and just does whatever they feel like doing because they know that nothing's going to happen to them, that's just not right. So, I strongly think that, I mean, we settle lawsuits all the time. And you know what? I think whatever, if we provide them adequate housing with these services, I think we go toe-to-toe with the 9th or 10th Circuit and tell them, this is what we have, and this is what we're doing, and this is our long-term plan, and in a short-term plan, this is what we have. It's not safe for someone to sleep in a royal. What happens if, we have a flood or, a lot of water, and then they drown, and then the family sues us because we let them sleep in an arroyo. So we can't win either way. I just think that it's time that we have to move forward on the smaller percentage, not the larger one. On the smaller, we'll help our larger ones percentages, but I'm talking about the ones who are, which ones I'm talking about. You guys, I know you get the emails, Mayor Pro Tem and others. It's just, we can't just, this is going to take years before we go there. And then who's to say that the ones who are causing this damage are the same ones? I think it's different. I really do. I think they are here, they're doing what they can, and they're gone. I saw this one fella that was always there on the bridge there on Loman near the mall, and he moved on to El Paso. I've seen him over there, and he has the same sign, same things that he does, and he'll eventually just take off. But that's his thing. What I find interesting is years ago, the Sun News used to have, they used to have carrier. They used to sell newspaper. They used to give jobs to the homeless and selling newspapers. And then the city said, you know what, you're an independent contractor, you need to get a license or sign up for a business license. And you know what, it stopped them. So why is it that someone can play music, do all this stuff, they're providing the service, and they collect money? I don't understand the difference. But that's just me. So that's my comments. If anyone wants to refute them.
Mayor, I will take that opportunity.
Okay, good.
I mean, I couldn't disagree with you more, honestly. I feel like, okay, here, I would like to ask you a question. Can you walk through what that would look like? You give somebody somebody who has no home and no income a citation. What happens then?
Mayor, I don't want to go down that line of questioning. The only thing that I will say is that there is a preponderance of petty level crime regardless of your housing status. So that's probably a different conversation. And we talk about criminal enforcement for all kinds of things. And that's one of the reasons I put expanded support and staff for responding departments, which would include police to address vandalism all across the city, regardless of your housing status. I'm going to defer to management to if they have anything else to say, but I just want to
Thanks, Natalie.
not go there.
I appreciate that, Natalie. But I do think it's important that we talk about the systemic failures in our community that have led to increased homelessness or people who have chronic homelessness. And I think it's incredibly important that we maintain a level of dignity and respect towards people who are experiencing homelessness in our community. And Mayor, no one is arguing that this petty level crime shouldn't be addressed by anybody, whether it's someone who has a home or not. Nobody here is arguing that. And so I hope we don't go down the line that you're suggesting and start criminalizing homelessness, and instead do many of the recommendations that were provided here in front of us today.
Okay, well, thank you, Counselor, but as I mentioned to you, I'm not looking to criminalize homelessness. I'm looking to do something with those who are being disrespectful and they vandalize items and things, and nothing happens to them. I don't think that's right. And so that's what I'm focusing on, and not criminalizing homelessness. If they're homeless, yeah, there are many services that we can provide. We'll help them all day long. But once they start just pick up a rock, throw it through a business's glass doors that cost $1,000 a piece, and what do you tell the business owner? Oh, well, you have insurance? Well, yeah, my deductible's $2,500 and it's $1,000. Well, okay. So what do you tell them? And what if they do that once a month? That's $1,000 a month. That's quite a bit. I mean, so I'm just talking about those who are disrespectful. I'm not talking about the ones who they're cold and they're just trying to find a warm place to live. Hey, that's different. That's different. I'm talking about the ones who defecate on your property, who break glass, they do everything. They could care less. They're trying to start a fire. That's what I'm talking about, Counselor. Please understand the difference. Okay, so anyone else have any questions or comments? Okay, I'm going to open up to the public. I'll give you 2 minutes each. How many people want to speak? So I've got 2, 4, 5. All right, please come forward and state your name.
Hello. Hi. My name is Elizabeth Barnes. I'm actually experiencing homelessness right now. But before I get there, on 4.2, you have prisoner care, and I don't think we went through that. But for the future, maybe we can, because I have some questions and concerns about that. But as for me, I left town about 3-4 months ago. I had been helped by Community of Hope. They helped me, and it was a 6-month lease. My landlord sexually assaulted me, and I've told them this. I just was there last week. And they were going to do an intake on me, but they said they couldn't find it. I'm staying at the mercy of friends, back and forth. I babysit, I do whatever I can. I went Thursday, and she's like, unless you're not sleeping in your car or at the shelter, and I tried to explain to her, I'm like, I'm at the mercy of friends. And so I just left. Again, I'm not completely hopeless. I have income coming and stuff. I just needed a helping hand. I just want to say it's not only substance abuse. I used to be an alcoholic. They murdered my brother, and so I lost a lot. I have 2 associate degrees. I was a lab technician at the college. But, your will for living doesn't always, measure up with a lot of people with their happy lives and stuff like that. So a lot of people aren't just, on drugs. We're either mentally incapable of wanting to do things. I mean, I'm not going to say I'm a couch potato either. But I got a lot of emotional issues, and I see therapy, and I haven't seen my therapist because I left town. I was with my son. His father died, and so we came back to El Paso. We're from El Paso, but I've been here for at least 20 years already. So I think this is my home, and I told them that I was going to go back to El Paso. It didn't work out. I want to come back here because I have a granddaughter that needs me. Her mother tried to OD last month. And I have a daughter that the state took away from me in 2012 when they murdered my brother. So I would like to get housing. I can pay my part, but I need help. But I do want to see if I could get an additional room for my granddaughters, because that's why I'm here. See if I can help them out. I'm no longer an alcoholic. I wanted to do community counseling for drug rehab and stuff, so that's what I'm focusing on, but I can't because I'm homeless right now. I have 2 storages full of my things. Community Hope told me that my intake wasn't there, and I had just been there last year, so they made me wait, and so when I was there Thursday, I just feel like they pushed me away because they said I wasn't staying in my car, but I'm at the mercy of my friends. Like, for instance, last night I stood at the apartment where I just got sexually assaulted from, because that's where I get my mailing address. It's my mailing address, so I was back and forth. I just think there's other situations that some of us aren't really heard. I did go to the community to the shelter, domestic violence, and they asked me to leave. because of a man that was there. And I just felt like I filed a grievance on deaf ears, I'm sure. But I accused them of nepotism and fraud. And I didn't do nothing wrong. They just asked me to leave because there was a man there and I'm a rape victim. And I told them that he was following me around in the kitchen. But anyways.
Yeah, Elizabeth, you're the people, you're exactly who we would like to help. And I know you've got a lot that you have to, and we've got a few other speakers. I'm gonna leave you my card. If you can, I can't promise you everything, but I'll do my best to see what we can do to help. So there was someone else? Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Hi, Isabel Torres. Oh, good evening, ladies. We're already in the evening. Sorry about this. I'm talking to you guys about the homeless people. I had a son. He was killed 2016.
Excuse me, Isabel, can you speak a little bit closer to the microphone, please?
Yes, sir. I had a son in 2016. He was killed here. I don't think it's the officer's responsibility on the homeless. I have a son that's homeless. He's doing drugs. I don't think it's their responsibility to take care of these people. These people should be taken care of by the city. These people that are walking around pretend I'm homeless because my son is, and he's not all there because of all the drugs he's done. So he cannot choose and pick what he needs, what he's going to do, or anything like that. And there's the confusion there between the officials. And I understand people work hard for their money to preserve their places. And the officers here, I think that what's best for these people is a facility where they can be placed in, cleaned up, mentally looked over. Community of Hope, they don't have mental. I've been there knocking at their door, and I've called them and about my son to get help, to get into the tent. I've taken my son, and I'm out there exposing myself because I have 2 cancers, and I still do it because I know he needs help. The first place we need to go to is for the city to open one of these abandoned buildings, clean it up, put people in there to work, get these individuals an opportunity, so they could clear their heads, and then decide if they want to continue on that path or they just needed a hand. I know my son, it's hard for people that are on drugs to leave these drugs. It's very difficult. They don't know what they want. They're pulled this way, they're pulled that way. And it's up to us as individuals, as a humanity, a society, to help these individuals, and they cannot help themselves. A senator one day said, representative about that triage center they opened, they couldn't help that little boy. And he didn't have a degree, psychology, psychiatry, and he's giving his opinion. He's never been living with a drug addict. He's never lost a drug addict. He doesn't know what happens to these individuals. It's beyond their control. So we, as a society, need to figure out. I think it would be good for the police department also, because there wouldn't be so much trouble. They waste their time as it is.
Isabel, Isabel, I'm sorry for interrupting. Let me ask you a question. Have you reached out to La Clínica de Familia? Have they?
Yes, absolutely. The problem is that these individuals, police officers, can't put them in a mental institution because they seem okay. At the moment, they seem okay. They don't see the mentality. And we're not authorized to make that decision for them, because according to the people, they're in their capable status mentally to make their own decisions. But they're not. I've seen my son. I know how he acts. and it's not him. You know, and before I lose another one, I would like to see this city start helping these individuals. You know, because the one was shot and killed by the police department, 2016. He died. That was in the back.
Yeah.
This one, I don't want to lose.
Yeah. Isabel, again, I'll be more happy to give you my card. We'll talk a little bit more, and we'll see what we can do.
I already had it before. I don't need it, sir. What I really would appreciate, though, is consider opening one of these empty buildings to get these individuals help, because it's a travesty. It's inhumane. We sit here, and you know, I bet a lot of people say, if I had a gun, I'd shoot him. Nobody cares. Yeah, we do care. There are people that do care.
Sure, of course.
And it's not their fault, because they're not all there.
Okay.
And that's what I wanted to address the city today.
Okay, well, thank you, Isabel. I'm sorry, but we're going to have to, yeah.
Yes, sir, you'll have
There was, I think that was it on my left, right, or was there one more person?
Mr. Mayor, City Council, my name is Richard Barella, a.k.a. Richard Devares Barella. Basically, I would like to provide some insight and basically beg for a little help. I fall into actually two categories right now. Normally, I'm category 1, chronically homeless, but right now I'm doubling up. This gentleman felt pity for me, and he's letting me stay there till February 3rd. But then I have to be out. And to be quite honest, I fear for my life on that day when I have to go sleep out there on the street. I generally fear for my life. I've made many enemies in this city, let's just say, and I don't know why. It's not that I actively tried to make these people my enemy, but when they steal everything you've got, including the van that you sleep in, they manipulate it so that the federal government can confiscate it from you. I mean, you start using harsh language. There was many things I wanted to say, but I'm not good in public speaking, so. The officer once was pointing out to, and you yourself, Mayor, said you can't understand why people want to be homeless. It's not that I want to be homeless, but since I've, the recent develops in my life, I enjoy being, sleeping out with my Lord and my God. I mean, that's just the type of life. I would rather live in a tent. I would be happy, you know, if I could make sure it was secure and I could keep it warm and I could keep myself clean. I would be happy, you know. I want to live out here with my God. And I don't expect anybody to understand that. But that's what I want to do. You know, I love waking up at the sunrise and seeing the sunrise and talking to him. But, you know, because of my strong religious convictions, they run counter with a certain segment of the society here in Las Cruces. And people don't agree with that. Now, as far as affordable housing, let me give you one example. I was staying at the Gospel Rescue Mission, okay, and they have, I mean, you're required to go to chapel every day, which is fine. I mean, that's up my line, you know, and but there was a couple there, and you know, they came and they performed and did gospel music, but and the girl, she would sing. And she would play the keyboard, and she would give anecdotes between their performance numbers. So, you know, when she's talking and when she's singing, I'm looking at her. And for some reason, the husband, I don't know what got into him, but he came back there to my bed where I was sleeping and accused me of looking at his wife. And I'm like, well, yeah, she's talking and singing. What am I supposed to do? I'm just, you know? But he made it look like I was lusting after her, or, you know, and I've never spoken to her. You know, I never said a word to her. I was just looking at her because she was talking and singing. But I got kicked out for that. And I couldn't go back.
Yeah, no,
So,
I've heard
yeah.
other
And
instances.
I mean, that's completely unfair, you know, and people like to push buttons. They'll find a button to push on you.
Yeah, they're.
You know what I mean? And I'm already on the edge because I'm homeless, you know. And then, there was a nurse from New Mexico State University.
Richard, I don't mean to interrupt you, but you're kind of, you know, I don't mind a little bit off your time, but I appreciate you coming here tonight and sharing with us your experiences. And I'm sure if you're looking to, you know, further yourself, I'm sure the Community of Hope or many other organizations could help you. I'll
Mr. Mayor,
do my best to try to help you as well.
I've had 5 jobs in this city, and these people do not want me to work with them. They will create a toxic work environment to where, I mean, it's hell getting up and going to work.
Yeah.
And eventually they'll just say, well, these people don't want you working here because this is a right to work state.
Yeah. But,
So,
okay.
I mean, it's completely unfair.
I
I'm
gotcha.
a hard worker. I love everybody. I love people. I'm a religious person. I don't have a violent bone in my body. And it's killing me to have to decide if I'm going to have to defend my life with violence from these, whatever they are, Satanists, gangsters. I don't know what the problem is with me.
Okay, Richard. Well, thank you again.
Okay.
I appreciate it. I think there's a couple people here. Yes. Oh, I'm sorry. Our good friend Lorenzo.
I'm Lorenzo Alva. I'm a partner over at the campus of Community Hope. I'm the executive director of Casa de Peregrinos, and I just want to let you know that we collaborate. We're always working with each other to address this issue. And I just want to touch on one thing to you guys that's important, and it's for you not to forget that it's people helping people. This is a humanitarian effort here. This is really about giving somebody a hand up, and not everybody wants that hand up immediately. But if we don't keep trying, we're not going to know. I see my partner here, Nicole, and her staff here, and I got to tell you, it doesn't matter what situation happens, they're Johnny on the spot. Even in my nice neighborhood off Sonoma Ranch, I had an incident at my house where somebody was sleeping beside my house. Immediately made a phone call, they were there. The woman had gone through some domestic violence issues, and one of her staff members was there to address it immediately. Not a day later, not that night, within about half an hour they were there. This is the kind of work that we do at Community of Hope. These are the kind of partnerships that we have there. I need to remind myself of those things too once in a while. Because yes, there are frustrations that happen just the way you've been frustrated, Mayor. I get it. I get it. From a business perspective, I get their frustrations. From a neighborhood perspective, I get it. But sometimes they just need to hear a voice that you care. Somebody is on your property, why not ask him if, hey, I don't really want you to be on my property, but hey, let me give you something to eat. Let me give you some water. Maybe you're thirsty. You know what, I have this jacket, I know it's a little cold outside. Sometimes that communication is really all we need to do. And I don't ever want any of you to forget that. You know, you guys are our leaders. You guys are the ones that are pushing us forward. But there's a human element to everything that we do, and you need to make sure that every decision you make is based on that. You made a commitment to your constituents, yes, but this is about people. These people right here, they're there all the time. Without them, there would be probably a lot more graves being made today. There would be a lot more overdoses going on today. But I have an idea of how you can help us. You can help us tell the story of what happens at Community of Hope. Maybe we don't do a good enough job of letting the public know what we do there together. But maybe that's something that you can help us with, because you know what? Storytelling is costly. Nice little video of what happens on the campus with its success stories, or even with some of its failures, so that we can actually know, people in the public can actually know what we do. They like to criticize, but they won't come on the campus to visit us and see what we do. I know I'm out of time here, but I just wanted to bring that up. And another idea is, why don't you just make us a line item while you're in budget? That would be awesome. We wouldn't have to compete so much for funding, and we could keep these services going all the time. A line item. Thank you.
Yeah. Thanks, Lorenzo. And I agree with you, and also a line item for Community of Hope. It's never going to go away, and I just can't emphasize that enough. I'm not talking about those that are needing help. I'm talking about those that deviate and go and purposely destruct property. That's not right. It's just not right. This lady here.
Mayor, council.
I just need you to state your name.
Francis Escola again.
Oh, I'm sorry, your name is Francis?
Escola. I'm glad I sat through all this, because what I have seen on pretty much a daily basis where I live and been severely traumatized by is this percentage of this great work that you guys do. Thank you for what you do. Secondly, you all talked about the brewer oil, brewer fuel thing. Are you thinking about the property where the cotton gin used to be? Because
I think it's next. I think we're
talking about?
Well, the one that we just acquired, isn't that the one right next door to the Community of Hope? I mean yeah, Horse and Hound.
I think she's talking about Amador Proximo, correct?
She might be.
Yes. Yes. Wait a minute. The cotton gin.
The cotton gin's opposite.
Okay.
It's not on the map.
Okay, because this is Amador and this is,
Valley Amador.
what is this here?
It's just a lateral.
Okay, because I was hoping it wasn't where the cotton gin used to be because of the Roundup experience. That place is kind of useless, I would think, for people to live, and I was just going to voice that concern. Thank you.
Well, if you go back to my State of the City address a couple years ago, I addressed it, and I haven't forgotten about it. So maybe someday here soon it might get addressed.
Okay.
Yeah, I know what you're saying. I'm being real coy about it because it's real estate, but yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, okay.
Thank you.
Was there someone else? I thought there was one more person. No? Oh, yes, come on back. Is that Max?
Max Bauer, the CEO of Amador Hospitality downtown. I hadn't been here in a while, sorry, hang on. No, I sat through the whole meeting and listened to what everybody had to say, all the different stakeholders, and it's good to see some of the people that are involved in a lot of the nonprofits. I haven't seen them in a while. I would just encourage going forward, I'm I'm glad that this is something that we're all talking about. It's gonna take a little bit of work. It's gonna take a little bit of time. I would just encourage everyone to look at, we probably need to strike a little bit of a balance here. There's no way that we wanna undermine or negate or minimize a lot of the good work that is done. There is a big difference. I think you're probably pretty close on the percentages there, Mr. Mayor, as it relates to people that are taking advantage, breaking the law, because that's what we're dealing with here. There's a big difference between people that we're saying are disadvantaged, that are homeless, that are down on their luck, and people that are committing crimes. It's two separate groups of people, and I would never want to see those lumped together because it devalues what's being done on the human rights and on the social services side. But I see it every day. I'm downtown, and we have an operation there, of course, and we're talking about a smaller group of people that just are becoming increasingly aggressive and continue to kind of push the limit. It's probably related to enforcement. They know they can get away with it maybe more than they used to. I'm not sure. I don't have the answer to that. I just know that it makes it difficult to grow a lot of the stuff that we all value and that we all want to see happen with that element there. And I don't think you can ever get rid of it. I mean, any big city you go to, it's something that you're going to run into. It's just, I think, for a city of our size, it feels like it's a little bit out of hand, and that more work needs to be done on what we can do to make sure that everybody's represented in that situation. I don't really have a whole lot more to say other than these are bigger. There's a lot more that needs to be talked about here. I see a lot of opportunities here to maybe help solve some of these bigger problems as it relates to social services. There's so many things that I see that are not being tapped just by conversation. I see a lot of connections that I think will help all of us. But we also can't forget that at the end of the day, we also have to do what we can to make sure that the people that are investing, in the businesses, and it's not just the businesses, but it's the customers too. We want to make sure that people feel comfortable coming downtown. And we just got to figure out a way to navigate the two together. And I look forward to helping where I can. Thank you.
Max, I have to tell you, I'm impressed. You said it 10 times better than I could have. Exactly right.
Well, I had a lot of time to practice sitting back.
Well, thank you for that, and I appreciate that. And he said it better than I could have ever, and that's what I was trying to get at. Anyone else? Let's go for 8 o'clock? What is it, 6 right now? I'm just kidding, Counselor. All right, if there's nothing, you're done, Natalie?
I have something to say.
Oh, okay. Yes, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you. I appreciate my colleagues here, people who came and spoke. I know it hasn't been easy. I mean, you saw the face of homelessness right here today, and we've talked very specifically about what the root causes are, and those are substance abuse, mental health, and not enough housing stock. So Mayor, this is a very complex issue. I often say to a lot of my partners, Max included up there, because we have conversations. He sends me pictures and different things throughout the day that are occurring. But we have to look very compassionately and deal with this in that way. I see this as a real economic development opportunity. There are a lot of things that we can do, and as we've given sort of marching orders to Mr. Pili about addressing poverty, and this is part of it. This is part of it, and honestly, to suggest that a bigger percentage of our homeless population is creating these issues. I know I talked to Officer Clement and others, and that's just not true. And so maybe we need data to help support that. I do know that a lot of these folks are drug dependent, that have violent tendency, and many of them are so are in crisis already, that it affects this issue. So I really want to encourage us to be as compassionate as we can moving forward, developing, Matt's talked about these connecting of dots, and I'm all ears, because this is going to be, this is a community problem. This just isn't the city's problem. Everybody has to put forth an effort to address this. And again, I think we need to be really careful that we're not criminalizing our homeless population, because it isn't a criminal, it's not criminal to be homeless. You heard an individual that said he prefers to be homeless. And so I think we need to be very, very careful moving forward. And so with that, Mayor, I'll turn it back over to you.
Okay, if there's nothing further, entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved by Flores.
Second, Abeyta-Stuvey.
Okay, motion made by Councilor Flores, second by Councilor Abeyta-Stuvey, that we adjourn. Christine?
This is on the motion to adjourn the work session. Councilor Abeyta-Stuvey?
Yes.
Councilor Graham?
Yes.
Councilor Bencomo?
Yes.
Councilor Coran?
Yes.
Councilor Flores?
Yes.
Councilor Gondeta?
Yes.
Mayor?
Yes. Okay, it's 5:54 p.m. We're adjourned. Thank you very much for everyone's participation today.